You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Today at Belmont at the Big A, we are celebrating the last day of Pride Month with a special starting gate, rail banner, and flag, as you can see in these images from around the track. As the racetrack of New York, we do so in solidarity with the annual New York City Pride March taking place in the city today, and launching the modern movement of the LGBTQIA+ rights, the tens of thousands of participants that will see millions of sidewalk spectators partaking in June in Lower Manhattan in the festive march that first took place in 1970. Happy Pride to everybody celebrating today. Keisha, come on alongside champion jockey Richard Migliori, handicapper Jonathan Kinchin. Guys, fun that we get a chance to share the set today. And JK, you're bringing the Sharks to the set.
Yeah, I'm going close to the ocean, so this is like my way of trying to trick the sharks. Like I'm their friend.
Friend, not food?
Yeah, starting there.
I love it. Well, we're looking forward to some fun racing action this afternoon. We'll take a look at the feature today, which will be the 8th race, 7 furlongs on the main track, first level allowance for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. And Richie, it does seem to circle around St. Benedict's Prep, who is 5-2 on the morning line and had a dominant score in starter allowance company last out.
Yeah, dominant is right, and ran fast as well. And just a horse that has natural speed, but can find herself in a stalking spot and really finished the deal here. This was a very impressive effort.
Yeah, I was impressed with this. This horse always kind of hinted at being pretty good, but that last race definitely kind of thrust St. Benedict's Prep into the conversation of potentially improving and getting a little bit better. Now, the horse was odds on that day. You expect the horse to run well, but maybe not this well.
Just much the best on the left lead, didn't matter, cruising away from her competition by a 10-plus length score. Perhaps standing in her way, though, is a horse that seems to have kind of gotten back on track. Richie, Cupid's Heart to the outside. She started off so strong, and it's hard to keep those wins coming.
Yeah, because every time you win, you have to face tougher competition the next time. And I think the outside post really helps Cupid's Heart as well, because sometimes she has a tendency not to break the sharpest. And at least she won't run the risk of getting bounced around in between two horses or getting pinched back and losing position. Outside post, I think, is critical for her, Jonathan.
Well, the thing about Cupid's Heart is in the fall of 2022, you would think that she'd be in some sort of graded stakes race around this time, and she just hasn't fully panned out. But I think a lot of times when you can have a horse who can get a little bit of a break, sometimes you can get some issues resolved and potentially get back to what you always thought she would be. So I'm excited to see her run today. I've always been a huge fan.
Went through all those New York bred conditions. Having to face open company can be a big jump, and she'll try to break through in that featured 8th race today. Here's what else is coming up. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. We have 9 races. Belmont at the Big A, we're fast and firm. 10 races at Monmouth Park at the Jersey Shore, fast and firm there as well. And do note, we're on FS2 right now until 1 p.m. Then we're on FS1 for an hour, and then we're back on FS2 at 2. I'm just the messenger. We'll get you through it this afternoon. Want to remind everybody you can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and you can earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com for your $200 deposit match bonus. Plenty of exciting stuff going on down at the Jersey Shore over at Monmouth Park. Taking a look at the featured 9th race today, which will be an allowance sprinting on the main track. A couple of scratches in here. We welcome in our boots on the ground, Paul LaDuca, live with us. Paulie, looking forward to that 9th race and seeing which horses can take a step forward this afternoon.
Yeah, it's an interesting race, although there's 3 scratches in there, Keisha, and happy Sunday to you, Mig and JK there in the set in New York at the Big A. A little rainy out today. It's going to be raining a little bit up and down. I'd play the racetrack as is because, you know, the track has kind of needed a little bit of rain. Actually, this region has needed a little bit of rain, to be honest with you. So I don't think the turf course is going to be fine. It looks like the rain is just going to be up and down and light rain, although it is pretty cloudy behind me. But we do have a nice feature. Like I said, it's been cut down with 3 scratches there. And, you know, when you focus in that race, the 2 Charlie 5-0 for Rudy Rodriguez, was good last time. And, you know, only a 6-horse field, and Rudy brought this horse in from New York and just missed at 3.5 to 1. And John Jay was always in this race too, and just part of a blanket finish towards the end in here. And, you know, Paco Lopez stays aboard the 2, Charlie 5-0. Jairo Rendon stays aboard the 1 in here, John Jay. And listen, when you watch this race over and over, you can say whatever you want, but sometimes blanket finishes can fool you a little bit. I think Charlie 5-0 ran probably a better race maybe than John Jay. You could play it as it is, but the bottom line is they're all going to have to beat Atomic Tone for Dan Ward, who turns into a different horse, Acacia. I got to see him up close at Oaklawn. He's gotten better and better with Dan Ward. His last race was kind of freaky, to be honest with you. He ran a giant number. Even if he regresses a little bit, I think he's going to be very tough in there in the feature today. But a good race, 10-race card today.
We look forward to it, Paulie. Thank you. And we look forward to hearing all of your insights throughout the afternoon. And Atomic Tone, who he was touching on with that 91 Beyer score last time out. Plenty to look forward to both at Belmont at the Big A and Monmouth Park this weekend, as we'll get a chance to wrap up our racing week today. And we'll also look back on some of the stakes action that we saw yesterday in the Manila Graded Stakes winner. Neat added another one to his scorecard, picking up the Grade 3 Manila over first-time turfer Deterministic. We'll look back on the race and his resume so far for the Rob Atras trainee after this. July 11th will be here before we know it. Opening day at Saratoga Racecourse. We hope to see you there, getting your programs running to stake your claim to one of those picnic tables, prime real estate in the backyard. But more than anything, we just can't wait to see all of our wonderful fans on track for the best racing in the country. We got a little taste of it a couple weeks ago for the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga, but there's nothing like a Saratoga summer.
Oh, it's just fantastic. And, you know, having a packed house pretty much every day and the enthusiasm from the fans is infectious. I love just walking through the backyard, the picnic area, and eavesdropping on the conversations and people kind of deciding who they like that day.
It's just a different place. I mean, look, we all have our handful of racetracks that we love in this country, but it's just none of them compare to the energy that you feel when you walk into Saratoga on a Wednesday, on a Sunday, especially on a Saturday.
And 6 of the 8 Saturdays this summer will be on Fox, and our Saratoga on Fox schedule will kick off with the CCA Oaks, which could highlight the certainly best 3-year-old filly, maybe the best 3-year-old in the country, Torpedo Anna. And how about these giveaways? Who do I need to bribe for that Saratoga thermos?
You want the thermos? I want that baseball shirt. I think
these are all awesome.
They're really, these are a terrific set of giveaways this year.
It really, really are. So we're looking forward to that. We hope that you'll join us by the end. The raincoat, I mean, hopefully you won't need it this year as much as we need it last year. But we love those fantastic premium giveaways that Saratoga does have on tap for us. The drink tumbler will kick things off with July 19th. And get your tickets now for an opportunity to get those premium giveaways this summer. A lot of fun. And I love it. There was a bucket hat a couple years ago that everybody seemed to be wearing around the racetrack.
I know.
Even Steve Asmussen had it on at one point, I think.
Isn't that funny? Yeah. And you know, everybody gets into the giveaways, but it seems like they're, this year particularly, really strong giveaways.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm really looking forward to that baseball jersey, as well as the rain jacket at the end of the meet. We're heading into fall. Those mornings get a little colder. Evenings get a little colder. We might get wet weather, hopefully not, but we'll be ready. We'll be prepared.
Looking forward to it. A lot of excitement coming up, and a place, Saratoga Racecourse, that means so much to so many of us. We hope to see you there. And if you can't make it on any day, or if you're just watching from home that afternoon, we have an opportunity to see all of the action on Saratoga Live. As yesterday, we got a chance to get a little glimpse of what the 3-year-old boys turf picture would look like in the Grade 3 Manila, and it was neat. Already a graded stakes winner on turf that kind of got the jump, Richie, on Deterministic, who kicked in late, kind of figuring things out in his turf debut.
I thought it was a really big effort by both the winner and the runner-up. Neat has a turn of foot. He has true acceleration. That turn of foot allowed him to get that separation from Deterministic while Dylan Davis was going a little bit sideways to get out in the clear. He had already kicked on, and he wasn't able to make it up. And we saw Deterministic change leads back and forth a couple of times, but I do think this points out that he's a player in this turf division as well.
I'm a huge fan of this horse, Neat. I mean, this was his 5th turf win. His 4 wins prior to that, 11 horses won their next start outside of those wins. So he wasn't just blowing out average fields. He's blowing out fields with good horses. And oh, by the way, he just held off Deterministic, who was the winner of the Gotham, right? I mean, I think this horse, Neat, is a pretty neat horse. You like what I did there?
Yeah, I love what you did there. You beat me to it.
He's living up to his name as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale. Got a good look at all these horses in the Manila yesterday. And Maggie, Neat, as we were just saying, has turned out to be a pretty neat horse on the turf.
I love those one-word names like that, but he is living up to the billing and secures his 2nd graded stakes victory with a career best 86 Beyer speed figure, and a horse that I thought in the American turf on Derby weekend at Churchill Downs was a little undone by the crowds, got that wide trip, and a lot of times horses just don't show up on that Churchill Downs course. And back here at the Big A, he showed up in style. And having talked to Rob Atras after the win, I asked him, well, where do you go from here? He had noted several times that he likes to give this horse a little bit more time in between races, and felt as though that was the key to success in yesterday's victory of nearly 2 months. But also that he thinks the mile distance is really Neat's gig, at least as of now as a 3-year-old, noting that he has good tactical speed, he has that burst like Richie was talking about. He can't quite sustain it for that long, but that's the kind of running style that you want for these miles. And I'm looking forward to seeing him possibly up in Saratoga for his next start, Acacia.
Could potentially see him in the Hall of Fame. Maggie, a lot to look forward to as far as what could be next on tap for Neat. And for Deterministic, as you mentioned, Richie, an effective move to the turf. Christophe Clement convinced that he wants a little bit longer, and we'll see what he can do. But at least showed some improvement versus the disappointing efforts we saw in the Wood and the Peter Pan.
Well, his first 2 races that he won, his maiden and the Gotham, he was finishing. His next 2 starts, he wasn't finishing, so he was finishing again, and to me, that points out that he was very, very comfortable, obviously, with the surface, and I agree. I think he just wants a little bit further. He's a little bit more of a kind of grinding, relentless run as opposed to Neat, who's got that quick turn of foot.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that when you look at Deterministic, you know, he hinted at being really good, winning on debut, and then coming back in the Gotham, and then he started to ask yourself, did he trick us? And I think his performance yesterday confirms that he did not trick us. He actually is a good horse, and I agree. Just his style feels like longer will be better.
We'll see what the future holds for the top 2 finishers of the Manila, but a fun race and fun as far as that 3-year-old turf picture is concerned. We'll kick off the live racing today on the Jersey Shore, heading over to Monmouth Park, and we'll start on the turf in a nice maiden special weight for the fillies and mares. And we do have a couple scratches, first-time starter and one with a little bit more experience. 5 and 6 are out here in the opener, and right now Catalyzed, second-time starter, no surprise, a heavy favorite for Chad Brown as she'll try to build off that second-place finish.
Yeah, ran extremely well on debut right there at Monmouth Park. Slow pace, but kept coming and finished well.
7-5 right now on the French-bred filly by Wooten Bassett. Here's the 2 determined first.
She's got some okay numbers back when she was a 3-year-old, but they haven't really improved since turning 4.
The number 3, Gillaroo, a little bit interesting. More on her in a moment. Here's Shock Revenge.
Yeah, this horse has 3 horses won out of that start where she was second down at Gulfstream Park. Very interesting in here.
5 and 6 are out. There's the 7 on Moonlight Bay.
Yeah, it feels like this one has to get a little bit faster. That she ran a little bit evenly with a good trip last time against Catalyzed.
There's the 8 Queen Rocket. A little bit of sidestepping on the track.
I think she's interesting underneath. I don't think she's going to win this race by any means with some of the kind of lower level maiden claiming races she was in, but I thought she ran pretty well last time in that maiden special weight down at Parks.
And on paper, it looks like they all have to get around this filly. Catalyzed, second-time starter for Chad Brown. For more, let's check in with Paula Duca.
Yeah, and it seems like it, Keisha. I think the public agrees with you. I don't know, you know. I thought she ran well. I mean, her first time out, it was very professional, and it was a good second place finish. You know, they really quickened. If you think about it, it was a slow pace, like Mig alluded to, in 49 flat. But then they started quickening in 23 and 2, and finished up in 142. And Wrigleyville just kind of ran away from her. And I thought it was a good race, and I get it. My worry is this horse was 13.5 to 1 first time out. So it really wasn't meant, and maybe surprised Chad a little bit. So I'm going to come back here and take 7 to 5 and maybe close to 6 to 5 in here. So I thought the 2 and the 3 and the 4 were both interesting, but I'll start with the 2, the Trombetta filly. She's 4 years old, and I thought that, you know, JK hit a lot of points on her. But I will say this, being a 4-year-old now, will she finally hit her stride? I kind of liked her last race at Woodbine, which could be a tricky course. Now, that 1-turn race or that 1-mile race at Woodbine is a 1-turn mile. So she ran as a 3-year-old around 2 turns. So I think with Paco Lopez aboard, he sometimes just figures it out. And she seemed like, as you can see, full of gusto on the racetrack. You know, the 3 Gillaroo is probably going to be my pick in here for Jack Sisterson. I thought this filly ran really good first time out, a filly by Curlin. And then next time out, just Eduardo Perez just made an early move. He panicked a little bit, and she kind of just hit the front, and she kind of like sort of stopped. And Shock Revenge in there, the 4, it was kind of a messy race, to be honest. And Shock Revenge, the 4, has got a lot of upside. And I get it. They got to beat the 1 in here. But I'm going to take a little shot with the 3 in here, Gillaroo. I just have a feeling that the Sisterson horses, a lot of his horses run in and out a little bit. And I think Gillaroo is going to be very tough in here.
She's very intriguing in this spot, Polly. Thank you. As guys, I mean, she ran well with a troubled start and debut, and I thought what Paul pointed out about her last race at Gulfstream, that early move, kind of her undoing.
This is who I like as well. Jill LaRue goes back to Joe Bravo, made that quick brush middle move, and it was a legitimate pace. It wasn't as though they were going slow, and the rider said, "Hey, I gotta, jump back into the race." I thought that middle move was just a bit too much, Jonathan.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, I think middle moves are one of those things that are still kind of hidden. You don't really see them on the paper with all this information that's now available to horse players and handicappers. I think middle moves and internal moves in races, I think, are still to a certain extent hidden, so I've got no problem with that. Let's talk a little bit about the favorite for a second, the one Catalyzed. It's one of those situations where, and I touched on it yesterday for a second, I've got no problem singling a Chad Brown monster. They win a lot, and they're reliable types. The problem is you have to horses like this, where I just don't quite think the horse deserves to be 3-2. Is it probably the most likely winner? Sure, based off of that last race, based off that performance, absolutely. But like Paul touched on, the fact this horse was 13-1 on debut at Monmouth, that to me is an indication that this horse might have been fortunate to run as well as she did on debut. And like I said, these horses win all the time for Chad. That's why he's one of the best turf trainers in the world, if not is the best turf trainer in the world. I just think this horse is maybe a tad bit overbet.
She was affiliate purchased at the Arcana Deauville yearling sale for the U.S. equivalent of about $260,000 by Wooten Bassett. All those points brought up about the big price that she was on debut. You're definitely taking the worst of it with the price today. The 4 Shock Revenge out of that same race that we talked about with Jill LaRue, she was the one that kind of was able to make that last little jump, both of them behind Parallel, thinking that she, who's had 2 good races on the turf, could be a logical alternative.
Oh, I think so. Absolutely. I just thought she had a better trip than Jill LaRue last time, and that was the difference. But I think that the 1 is being a little bit overbet. I think the 2 is being overbet probably because of Paco Lopez. I think the 3 and the 4 are the most logical ones at better prices.
The one issue I have with the 4 is if you run for a tag at some point and then find yourself with like a quality maiden special weight group, I'm just always going to kind of doubt that you're going to have what it takes. And then look, she came back and ran well enough, but something about that doesn't make me feel warm and fuzzy.
She was a huge price that day, too, when trying the turf and taking that drop in class. We'll see what she can do, even though she had worked on the Palm Meadows turf course before that turf debut and obviously improved on the grass. We'll see what she can do against this bunch. JK, I want to go back quickly to the 8, who you talked about, Queen Rocket in the post grade at 16-1. If maybe, for instance, you do like one of the favorites in here, playing around underneath of the price horse can help you find a little value. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, this is a horse I would try to, I wouldn't use really to win. I think a horse maybe they could, get up and run second or get up and run third while the rest of them are trying to win, take back, make one run. This horse was closing into a slow pace last time, kind of in that same arena we were talking about with middle moves and those things kind of being harder to see. But the problem is this horse ran for maiden 16, maiden 30, maiden 25, maiden 16, and maiden 35, and was beaten like 198 lengths combined in those races.
Give or take.
That's the tricky part for me.
We'll see how she does in here. A fun way to kick off the card for this Sunday afternoon at Monmouth Park. Just a couple more to load in. We'll send it up to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
And to round out the field, Queen Rocket. Here's Queen Rocket and Matilda Berta. 10 races today, ladies and gentlemen. Good luck. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Monmouth Park. Determined First was off a step slowly. On Moonlight Bay, steps on the gas, has a share of the lead coming out of the chute on Moonlight Bay along with Shack Revenge. Shack Revenge to the front. On Moonlight Bay takes back to second. The gray Queen Rocket third with Catalyzed to the inside. Jill LaRue second to last early, and Determined First is at the back. 4 lengths from first to last as they approach the clubhouse turn. Queen Rocket caught a little deep into that turn, is coming up to challenge Shack Revenge. These two 1-2. Queen Rocket, Shack Revenge side by side around the turn. They put a length and a half on another pair on Moonlight Bay and Catalyze to the inside. A length further back to Gillaroo, Determined First on a hold at the back. Still 4 or 5 lengths from first to last as they head down the back stretch. Queen Rocket with a neck lead on the inside. Shack Revenge right there pressing. On Moonlight Bay gets out into the 3 path. A little bit eager to come and challenge those leaders on restraint right now. Gillaroo fourth with Catalyze to the inside and 2.5 back to Determined First, who is still the caboose as they approach the 4-turn run. Shack Revenge coming back at Queen Rocket. Shack Revenge reclaims the lead. Just a neck though. Queen Rocket still right there. On Moonlight Bay, sent along on a couple taps on the shoulder to get going. Catalyzed is saving ground on the rail. Has run Catalyzed. Needs to find a way out of traffic. Catalyzed gets into the 2 path now and she's ready to roll at the top of the lane and outside. Gillaroo's battling too. Made a sweeping run on the 4-turn. Tries to disdain it. Determined First on the inside from last. Diving forward. Catalyze drifted out. Gillaroo had to steady sharply. Determined First on the inside though. Move forward on the rail to take the lead, and Determined First wins it under Paco Lopez. Catalyze second. Third Gillaroo. Shack Revenge fourth.
It was the 2 Determined First to win the opener at Monmouth in a last-to-first run. But Richie, right here, we're going to see the favorite Catalyze come out pretty significantly into the 3 Gillaroo.
Yeah, her rider went to that left-handed crop, and she kind of let him know even before he used it that, hey, I don't like that. And she took a half a step, then he used it, and she took more than a full step out, and certainly looked like she bothered the 3 Gillaroo.
Keep you posted on what takes place in the opener at Monmouth. Back over to Belmont at the Big A. We have a maiden special weight on the dirt to kick off our card. There's the 5 pentathlon, the favorite to the outside. For more in this field, though, let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
Acacia, we see pentathlon as your heavy favorite, and I definitely like him in this spot. Do note, though, that horses with a little miscommunication did show up at the paddock at 30 minutes to post. While this group has been incredibly classy and laid back, they have been in here for a while, and it's quite a humid day. So if you see somebody a little bit warm, don't put too much into that. As we'll start, though, with number 1, one of 2 Belmont horses, and that is Prairie Dunes, as he's second off that extended layoff and stretching back out in distance. Okay, I guess. You know, last time the field was upset by a long shot in Sesame Seed Bagel. He broke well, then he was taken in hand to stalk between, then he got shuffled back around the turn, and he ran on when switched out down the stretch. I guess a mile's okay for him. I honestly still wish he looked a little bit more tucked up. Otherwise, he looks the picture of health. And we'll see what he does here if he is a little bit more forwardly placed with the stretch out and distance. Number 3 is Deputy Mischief for Belmont, whom I wrote in my notes first time that he'd want more distance. So he gets it now. I like it for him. He does come back wearing front wraps. That is not a typical Belmont move. So that's a little bit, it makes me a little bit leery of him. I'll watch how he warms up here. We'll see how he handles the distance and comes out of a nice race, guys.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll talk a little bit more about the opener from Belmont at the Big A in a moment. We are moving our coverage over to FS1. We hope that you will follow us over there. We'll all be there, so hopefully you will be too. Coverage continues on America's Day at the Races on FS1. Stay with us.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
The Cross Country Pig 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every race day. Races are posted weekly at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire to wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing
Buck. Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
26 Black almost there. 26 Black.
And Roos.
Torigo trying to catch up both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
The breeding shed is still open. Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS1 as our coverage continues. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. And today at Belmont at the Big A, we're celebrating the last day of Pride Month with a special starting gate, rail banner, and flag, as you can see in these images from around the track. As the racetrack of New York, we do so in solidarity with the annual New York City Pride March taking place today in the city. Tens of thousands of participants and millions of sidewalk spectators partake each June in Lower Manhattan. And this fun and festive march first took place in 1970, 1 year after the Stonewall Uprising that launched the modern movement for LGBTQIA+ rights. A very happy Pride to everybody today. I'm your host, Acacia Clamano, as we are getting ready for the opener here at Belmont at the Big A as we wrap up our live racing coverage this weekend. And we have a fun way to start things off here with a nice maiden special weight, but there's a lot coming up on today's show. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. We're fast and firm as of now in New York. 9 races on the program. We still have races 2 through 10 at Monmouth Park at the Jersey Shore, fast and firm there. And we are on FS1 now until 2 p.m. Ignore that on the bottom of the screen. We'll move over to FS2 back at 2 p.m. So for the next hour, we're here on FS1 and glad to have you with us as I welcome in champion jockey Richard Migliori, handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, and Richie, as we're getting ready to start off things here in New York with a nice maiden special weight and wrapping up the week. It's crazy to think that we're just a little bit over a week away before we'll be moving up to Saratoga.
Making that migration north and looking forward to it. We had a nice little 4-day stint up there with great racing, a great celebration with the Belmont Stakes, but now we'll dig in for 40 days and 40 nights.
We're not done yet, though, Jonathan. A lot of stakes next weekend.
Oh, man, it's some of my favorite, too. Belmont Derby, Belmont Oaks are always a ton of fun. That new, when I say new, I mean 3-year-old program in the last, whatever it is, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. So I look forward to those. And then, yeah, then we'll head up north. I don't feel as... usually at this time I can't wait, but thank goodness I got my, I got the itch scratched a little bit a couple weeks ago.
Got a little bit of the fix up at Saratoga. We'll kick off the program, as mentioned, though, with this maiden special weight. Going a mile on the main track, Belmont at the Big A, and Pentathlon to the outside, a heavy favorite. Second off the layoff for Shug McGahee. But really, you could make an argument for every horse in this race, Richie.
I think you can. I think it's a very competitive race. Obviously, there's a lot to like about Pentathlon, though.
We'll meet the field. Here's the post-raid moments ago, starting off with the 1 Prairie Dunes, 1 of 2 for Belmont.
I think this horse has got a lot of ability. Go back, although it was a long time ago. King's Barnes, your Stephen Foster winner from last year, won the race. So this horse has kept some pretty good company.
The 2 Digital Ops, first start since October.
Yeah, this horse was 17-1 first out for Chad, 14-1 here. I feel like I've never said that in my entire life.
Not very common. The other one for Belmont, Deputy Mischief, still lightly raced.
Yeah, had a stumbling beginning last time. Sprinting stretches out with a pedigree that suggests stretching out will help. And then had a gate work in between. Not a usual move for Belmont. I kind of like it.
And the other for Chad Brown here is Treaty Obligation.
Yeah, this horse has had a couple of chances, but when you look through those odds, not like a really disappointing a bunch of shorts. I think this horse is pretty interesting in here.
And there's your favorite Pentathlon.
In those iconic Phipps colors, the black with the cherry red cap, and outside post. stretching out to a mile, has shown ability. He's going to be very tough to beat.
Take a look at his last race, which was won by first-time starter Illuminaire during the Belmont at Saratoga meet. So if you look down and see June at Saratoga, that's what was going on. This was the first start off of a big layoff for this horse, and certainly could build off of this effort.
You know, he had room, but it was almost like, to me, he was running with the emergency brake on when he was in behind horses. And I just think he looked like a horse that would have been a lot more comfortable if he would have been able to get out to the clear and upper stretch.
Well, if that's his wish, that's, you know, then he's going to get that here. He's out in the clear now. And he gets a little bit longer, which, you know, looking at the way that he ran, you'd think that shouldn't be a problem at all. So he's outside, drawn outside. He should be able to stay in the clear, so you don't have to worry about what will happen up in Saratoga.
See how it plays out. He's 2-5 now on the board as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale, getting a good look at these horses trackside. Maggie, what do you make of the favorite?
I really like the favorite. In fact, I've always liked the favorite. Now that he comes back for his second start as a 3-year-old, he's so much more mentally mature than either of his two efforts win a juvenile. So I like the effort coming back into this second one off the bench, and he looks fantastic. I want to touch on the bigger price of the Chad Brown horses. Number 2, Digital Ops, to me, did not do much running in that debut, going a mile in what was a pretty good field, obviously well beaten by a fellow rival here in pentathlon that day. Will get Lasix for the return. He's a horse that was so big as a 2-year-old. He really looked as though he needed a start. They paid a lot for this horse, $600,000 at OBS March after working 10 flat. He looks a lot more fit than what he did for that debut, but again, I feel like if he was live, he might be a little bit more of a shorter price overall. As I do want to mention the 3, who was the longest price on the board, really got a very aggressive warm-up from Jose Lascano. Deputy Mischief was kept moving throughout the prelims. Acacia, we'll see. Was it because he didn't break that well last time, or are they going to go to the lead?
See what Jose Lascano does. Maggie, thank you. And Richie, from a rider's perspective, and you touched on the gate workout that we saw after a poor start and a significant stumble. What does that speak to as far as potential tactics with a horse like Deputy Mischief?
I mean, it just makes me feel like Bill Mott and, you know, his connections decided that he just didn't get the hang out of the getting out of the gate properly, and let's take him back and school him a bit more and give him a reminder. Boy, into Mischief, he so stamps his offspring. This horse looks like a spitting image of his sire.
Certainly does. As Jonathan, the favorite, a short price. Any others that you would say you got to use with him?
No, thank goodness there's a pick 5. You don't have to bet this horse to win. You can just single him. I think the 5's going to be tough in here, especially from that outside draw.
See how it plays out. Maiden breaking score for 1 in here. Chris Griffin has the call.
And they're off. Good speed from Deputy Mischief in between horses. Also right there comes Digital Ops. Treaty Obligation towards the outside. They're lined up. Pentathlon is in that early mix. The one taken back is Prairie Dunes. And Junior Alvarado, they're going to be the early trailer. Tightly bunched on the front end as they get set to come out of the chute and hook up with the back stretch. And to the inside, Digital Ops and Dylan Davis, they're now in front. They're a nose clear from Deputy Mischief, who's stalking now right to the outside for Jose Lascano. Tight hold here on Pentathlon is cruising at 2-5, is out in the center of the racetrack, is in the clear, and Kender Carmouche just patiently riding. Pentathlon 23.36 for that opening quarter mile. Treaty Obligation has now been relegated to the tail end of the field, gets passed to the inside by Prairie Dunes, still tightly packed, 2 lengths to cover the entire field, and they've got less than a half mile to go. Digital Ops is in front, 46-3, the half-mile time. Here comes the run from Deputy Mischief, is just ranging up. Pentathlon has traveled nicely throughout and is just looming up on the outside, and Pentathlon is now taking the lead, and Pentathlon is doing it all on his own. Pentathlon is now in front. Digital Ops is fighting on towards the inside. Right there was going to be Deputy Mischief, who's tailed off. Treaty Obligation trying to run on in Prairie Dunes. Now Pentathlon gets the cue, but Digital Ops is not going anywhere. Digital Ops is still there, and Digital Ops battles right back. Pentathlon looked like he was going to run right by, but Digital Ops is very game to the inside. These two shoulder to shoulder inside the final 16th here in the opener. Pentathlon, Digital Ops, these two down to the line. It's a photo finish. Looked like Digital Ops held off the big favorite in Pentathlon. It's a photo in race 1. Final running time, 1 minute 36.59 seconds.
Maybe a short field, but an all-out battle down to the wire between the two Digital Ops and Pentathlon. Richie, what did you see as far as how close they were throughout the running of that stretch?
Yeah, it appeared to me, and without the benefit of the head-on yet, but the two Digital Ops, who was very game, appeared to me to come out into the 5 Pentathlon not just once, on a few occasions through the stretch, stepped out right there. Now Dylan Davis goes to a left-handed crop. He's going to step out right again right there. There was about 3 separate incidents. Now, I don't know how severe it is till we see the head-on, but when you can pick it up, Jonathan, on the pan, you usually feel like it was enough that when you see the head-on, it's going to be significantly more.
Yeah, right, and just a reminder to all the viewers, the stewards are going to decide if there was a foul and if that foul cost the 5 a placing. And we'll see it here to know for sure.
And there's the first impact,
Minor.
as you were touching on.
That was minor.
Minor. Here it is again, where Digital Ops actually ends up losing his hind end a little bit coming out into his foe. Did you think right there it's almost kind of equal leaning on each other?
Watching this, it feels like the inside came out to him, and then the contact was 50-50. I think you saw Kendrick leaning off into him, and Dylan had already kind of come out. Watching that head-on, it didn't look as severe as the pan shot did to me.
And if we could show that head-on, if possible, guys, one more time. Talk a little bit about Kendrick's body language and what you were seeing there. When you're in so tight right there, you have to use every aid that you possibly can.
Well, and it looked like he was trying to use his body weight, to hold his horse's line, not drift away from him, almost inviting him to bump him and trying to lean back on him a little bit. You'll see the first move when we go back here. Now, watch, Dylan deviates from his path right here. He's going to come out to him. That's very minor. That's rubbing, that's part of racing. This one, they come back together. I think it was a little bit Dylan coming out and maybe Pentathlon coming in. I don't think, even though it was a nose difference, there should be a change in the order of finish here.
No, I don't think so either. I don't think it just didn't seem significant enough. And it's so close that a sane person could argue that the 5 was coming in a little. This feels like a no change to me, but we'll see. Or if a no, not a no change, but a no nothing.
I think that this is race riding, and there's a fine line when you race ride to put your horse in a position to meet a challenge and fight. And I think Dylan did it perfectly here without going over that line.
Well, it's still listed as unofficial, but they have taken the photo of the two Digital Ops and just went official, so no inquiry there, no change after discussing that. So it will be 14-1, as Jonathan said. Kind of crazy for a Chad Brown second-time starter. Digital Ops getting the bob there in the opener over your heavy favorite, Pentathlon. Bring you prices and more in a moment. We'll also take a look, too, as we mentioned, some of the exciting graded stakes action coming up next weekend. Legend of Time already boasts a win over this turf course. The always dangerous Godolphin Blue and Charlie Appleby.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
We're back on America's Day at the races. Our FS1 coverage continuing as we saw a battle to the wire in the opener at Belmont at the Big A. It was a big price, the two digital ops getting the bob. You can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program with a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com today. There is Dylan Davis and Digital Ops. We talk about race riding a lot, Richie, and this first race was a perfect demonstration of it.
I agree. It was an absolute textbook ride as far as race riding goes. You want to come out, you want to meet a challenge, you're riding right on that line without going over it, and that's an art form. And race riding is subtle. It's not making quick moves going sideways when you're supposed to be going forward.
Yeah, it's another example why, you know, it's dirt on speed on the dirt, right? I mean, like the 5 pentathlon was trying to run by Digital Ops. Digital Ops did most of the dirty work, being a little bit more forward through that race, and you know, they get, like you say, Richie, they got to go where you've already been.
And as far as the favorite pentathlon goes, Jonathan, it looked at the top of the stretch like he was going to swoop by and win easily.
Oh, we've all watched a lot of races. The horse would have been 1 to 1,000 when they turned for home to win. And look, I think that you'd start to be a little concerned about pentathlon and how good he might actually be, considering the fact that he didn't run by in that situation.
Something to keep in mind for when you see him show up next time. As we head back over to Monmouth Park, it's the second race coming up down at the Jersey Shore. This one a claiming race for 7,500. We're sprinting on the main track. Field of 6 coming up here, and Queen Tapiture taking a lot of attention as she is first off the claim for Rob Falcone. We'll talk first, though, meeting the field, kicking things off with the one Magic Glass.
Has been competing between Delta Downs, Penn National, Charlestown, now finds her way to Monmouth. We'll have to step up from her last effort.
High School Crush, second at this level.
Switched to Wayne Potts last time, but the figure doesn't suggest the horse really improved much.
The 3 11 months later is next.
It's just going to have to improve from her current form.
Here is the 4 Oscar Gaze.
It does drop in here a little bit, but it's just going the wrong direction.
Your favorite, Queen Tapiture.
Last race left a lot to be desired against High School Crush, but you get Paco Lopez, and you got to factor him in.
And that went off of a layup as well. There's the 6 Made Birdie.
I am not falling for this horse. I understand it was a big late rally. The horse had a lot of trouble, but the race completely fell apart, and I think it actually fell into the hands of Made Birdie. This horse is going to have to beat me.
See what he can do from the outside. 7-2 on the board right now. But as we've talked about, a lot coming up next weekend for our final weekend of racing at Belmont at the Big A meet. Here's the stakes schedule, and every day has something exciting. We're going to get a chance to see some really fun horses running throughout this weekend. Kicks off with the Victory Ride and Perfect Sting on Thursday, July 4th, as we celebrate July 4th in style. But on Saturday, as Jonathan mentioned, that Belmont Oaks and Derby has been a really fun series to follow. And in the Belmont Derby, it looks like we could potentially see some of the top finishers out of the Pennine Ridge, a local prep, won by Legend of Time, Richie, as we've just seen that dominance of the horses that Charlie Appleby has brought here to the United States.
Well, he brings good horses, and he's great at identifying which horses will adjust to American racing. They'll handle the ship, the tighter turns, different kind of pace scenarios. Legend of Time had to wait for room, but when he found it, he exploded on through. I mean, brave ride from Joel Rosario, brave effort from him coming through that space, and actually never felt the crop there. Was just kind of showing it hands and heels from Joel.
Yeah, I mean, whether you want to give credit to Joel or Charlie Appleby and his team, you know, Legend of Time on Derby Day and the American turf was like kind of rank and washy and just wasn't really cooperating. He was like an angel in this race. He sat comfortably in behind, and like you said, he did this on his own with just some mild encouragement from Joel. I thought he really kind of turned the corner. They seem to maybe figure him out. He's going to be dangerous coming up on Saturday.
We also saw Neat win the Manila yesterday, coming out of what on paper looked to be a little bit of a disappointing performance in the American turf. So I'm certainly flattered by that as well. The horse that, like this Pennine Ridge winner, Legend of Time, and we'll see what he can do. Now, maybe this year it hasn't been quite the dominance of the Charlie Appleby runners that we've seen in some years past, but certainly spotted well and has left a string up in Saratoga, Richie, as well, with these horses having the opportunity to train, not having to deal with the ship right away either.
Yeah, I think that's a key point. And you know, they're at that bucolic setting at Green Tree, their own private training area, and then they have other options as well. The main track, the turf course, has, you know, to be able to train at it besides their own racing surface, or training surface, I should say, back at that bucolic Green Tree setting. One of my favorite places in Saratoga.
Yeah, when you're on the Oklahoma training track and you just see the line of Godolphin horses coming out to train, you said, well, that one looks good, and that one looks good, and that one looks good, but certainly adds a lot of interest to these turf series.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think that's what's so fun about turf racing is, you know, in the U.S. is that we've actually taken a pretty big step forward in how competitive we are. But it's always fun to kind of see the clash of the Europeans coming over here with our good turf horses and kind of that battle of the you know, the really east and west. But it's a lot of fun.
As you see on your screen there, you can win big with the Belmont Derby Challenge. Secure your spot today to win cash prizes and one BCBC seat. Registration closes before Belmont at the Big A's third race post time on Friday, July 6th. Visit NYRA.com/contests to learn more. Loading into the gate for race 2 at Monmouth Park, claiming sprinting on the main track. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
We're ready to go. And layer off. Oscar Gaze, who leapt in the air at the start, is at the back of the field early after the bad beginning. Queen Temperature to the front at once from a line of runners. Made birdie 11 months later, and High School Crush to the inside. A gap of 2 to Oscar Gaze, who has passed Magic Glass at the rear of the field, 5 lengths off the lead. Queen Temperature first down the backstretch, about a half length in front. 11 months later, getting closer in second. Queen Birdie perched outside of her, and a 4-deep Oscar Gaze making a middle race move. There goes Oscar Gaze and Jairo Rendon to come and challenge the leaders on the outside. Made Birdie attempts to move with her, and Queen Temperature stays on the rail but maintains a narrow lead as they round the far turn. High School Crush is dropped out 11 months later, also calling it an afternoon. At the back with Magic Glass as they come to the top of the lane. Made Birdie under severe pressure. Oscar Gaze on the outside trying to push past Queen Temperature. Queen Temperature stubborn. Oscar Gaze outside right there continuing to battle. Oscar Gaze has more run than Queen Temperature. Oscar Gaze going to the lead inside the 16th pole, and it's Oscar Gaze, much the best today. Oscar Gaze wins it over Queen Temperature. Good battle for third. It got tight between High School Crush and Made Birdie.
The 4 Oscar Gaze with the win on that drop in class is able to run down your pace-setting favorite.
Jairo Rendon keeping Paco Lopez in his sights, really having a terrific meet. Paco's leading the standings, but Rendon is not letting him get away.
Sometimes in these races where these class horses win that don't really seem fast enough or kind of go in the wrong direction, it makes me wonder if they like look in there and say, hey, what'd you run for last time? You ran for 5? I ran for 25. And like the rest of them like cower down and let them win. It's confusing. I joke, but you know, this horse is going the wrong direction, but was without a doubt the class of this group.
Looked around and said, these are not the same competitive horses I've been running against. I can beat these. 4, 5, 6, 2 in the second at Monmouth Park. 7-1 minor upset. Oscar Gaze on the clash drop for trainer Mike Deeney gets the job done. Prices and more when we come back. We'll also continue our live racing over at Belmont at the Big A. Horses in the paddock for the second. There is the number 5 Bourbon Serengeti, first starter for a 3-year-old season. We'll talk more about her and the rest of the field after this.
And they're off in the Curlin, Florida Derby. After 3 quarters in 112-1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
Buy in July. America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of stakes winners, stakes horses, and 2-year-old winners. A catalog packed with precocious yearlings by the nation's best sires, plus a showcase of the freshman sires of 2024. Recent grads include Grade 1 winners Carson's Run, Candy, and Go Rocket Ride, with a growing list of graded stakes winners. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, July 9th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Love that. Monmouth Park Sandcastle as you're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Hellendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. Jonathan, I know you worked really hard on the Sandcastle. It looks great.
You know, so I told you I'm going to get ready for the beach. I got my shark shirt on, just trying to be prepared. The hardest part, I got to tell you, is those little balls on the
the decoration.
Yeah, that's the hardest part.
How do you learn that skill set? Like, how do you know you have that ability, and how do you learn to hone your craft to be that good?
It's got to start on the beach as a kid, right? I mean, I was big. I was big with making the moat and the into the sandcastle and everything like that. Yeah.
I would like to have seen that. Little Acacia digging the moat.
Oh, it was intense. I will tell you that much. At Monmouth Park in race 2, Oscar Gaze on the class drop gets the job done for trainer Mike Deeney, $9.80 winner. Logical horses in the top 3, 4, 5, 6 in race 2 at Monmouth Park. As we'll head back over to Belmont at the Big A, we have the second race in New York. Coming up next, we'll be sprinting on the main track. Fillies and Mares in the spotlight here in a nice maiden special weight. And Bourbon Serengeti, a very short price as she gets ready to make her 3-year-old debut. We'll meet the rest of the field, though, guys, starting off the 1. She's Always Rosie.
Claimed last time by Linda Rice for $30,000. Now shows up in a maiden allowance. That's a confident step forward.
Step up in class for the new barn. 5-1 right now on the board. There's the 2 I'm thinking.
This horse was entered for maiden 50 at Churchill Downs on May 23rd. Not a very confident move.
The 3 is out. Here's the 4, Shoplifting.
Yeah, this horse ran well last time. Just doesn't have a lot of early speed, and it's not my favorite thing when you're sprinting on the dirt.
Has been favorite in all 4 of her starts already, too. There's your current favorite, Bourbon Serengeti.
Well, she does have speed, showed good speed on debut and ran extremely well, could even take a step forward.
And Chad Brown looking to sweep the early double. Here's a first-time starter, Cost Containment.
Yeah, I mean, I said that you don't ever say, 14-1 on Chad Brown and a first-time starter. I mean, how shocking would that be if he won with a 14-1 shot and then hit the double with an 8-1 shot? Definitely something that's never happened with Chad Brown.
And this one has a big pedigree, too. The after multiple graded stakes winner, Drill. As you could take home your share of $2,500 today. Hit the last 2 trifectas at Belmont at the Big A for your share of $2,500. This bonus is available to new and existing players. All you have to do is opt in at NairaBets.com. It's 4-5, though, on the 5. Bourbon Serengeti, second-time starter for Brad Cox, as she will make her 3-year-old debut. For more of this field, let's check in trackside with Maggie.
And we'll start down on the rail, Acacia, with one of 2 Linda Rice horses, and that's number 1. She's Always Rosie. First off the claim, and we've seen Linda, throughout the last couple of years do very well with the horses that she's picked up out of Kentucky. Though I plugged in her stats for first after the claim when, theoretically going maiden claiming 2 maiden special weight. She's only 1 for 15 with a 25-cent ROI. So they are underperforming a bit, but with a limited size sample. Last time she chased outside while the winner rode the rail. It felt like a lot of times in those Keeneland races over the spring, you wanted to be more inside. And then she kind of got a little out sprinted around the turn. And then she closed well, I thought, to end up being second, albeit as the beaten favorite. Now, she did come in. She had a shoe repair in the paddock, but really handled herself beautifully with regards to that. Is warming up nicely. Of course, for Kendrick Carmouche, who immediately took her away from the pony. She's a good-looking type. I like what I'm seeing from her physically, as she looks as though she should have more speed than what her races have suggested. So I'm wondering if the combination with Kendrick and the fact that sometimes we don't see the quickest factions around these parts, she could possibly take advantage of it, because she looks as if she's doing very, very well into this race first off the claim. Now, number 2, I'm thinking she's kind of the outsider of this group, but she has faced some nice horses. And last time she was against the racetrack, it was a day you wanted to be inside, and she was on a 3-ride pursuit throughout. She has improved too with the time away from the races from April to now. Her coat's much improved. She looks stronger as well. So I like what I'm seeing from her, and definitely don't mind the turn back in distance. Now your current favorite at 3 to 4 is Berman Serengeti. She could project to be the pace in here. Brad Cox has good numbers with these types of layoffs. I didn't see her for a debut, but great energy and looks fit enough. She's probably, just based upon appearances, like 90-95% there. But if she's good enough, she should be able to win here. She was beaten by Reconcile first time out, who would return, finishing second in a stake of that 2-year-old season with the 79 Beyer. So things good for your favorite, but not a standout in this field. And I know we just saw Chad Brown winning with the 14-1 shot, and I don't know if lightning's going to strike twice, but I do like what I'm seeing from number 6, Cost Containment, daughter of Good Magic, as you heard Acacia say, a half-2 drill. Now the dam is getting up there in age. She is 22 years old, and sometimes you'll see those better progeny start to tail off a bit as they get older. They have predominantly been sprinters on any surface, and this gal looks like a sprinter. She's athletic, but she's a little bit more small and typey, but not in a bad way. And she walks and moves beautifully. She's very well prepared, as you are accustomed to seeing from Chad Brown Firsters, from a fitness perspective and from a mental perspective. So I would not discount her, despite her not taking much money, Acacia.
She's 7-1, a generous price on the board right now. Maggie, thank you. We talked about the pedigree, guys, but as we've seen in years past, don't be afraid of the Chad Brown horses that are stabled at Monmouth. They're still able to come to New York and run just fine. Yeah, I wouldn't be turned away from one because of where their placement was in the stable. They've got a lot of horses, and they got to find stabling for all of them. I'm going with the 4 guys. Shoplifting, full disclosure, I did win a stake on her mother for the late great Alan Jerkins, and she was a winner, stakes winner on turf as well as dirt, and she has produced winners on turf and dirt. And a trackside confession, I wasn't a very good shoplifter as a kid, but one day I did put on a pair of Puma sneakers like I was trying them on, and I ran out of the store. What was the guy going to do, chase me down the street? The only thing is I had to go back and give them back. My mother was going to kill me, and I had to go with them. It was pretty embarrassing. We love the return of trackside confessions. This will take a look at shoplifting's last race. Jonathan, you and I did not win any stakes on the parents of any of the horses in here, but what did you make of her last race?
I think I might have hit a bet on Tintype Girl, but yeah, I thought this horse ran well. The issue is there just wasn't a lot of early speed. But, the debut, there was a lot more speed, and when she ran against Just FYI, and that was a very productive race as well. So I've got no problem with shoplifting here. I just thought Bourbon Serengeti was interesting. Got a nice figure late in December as a 2-year-old. There's been a couple of winners out of that race. Now she comes back, she gets Lasix, and she gets to kind of grow up a little bit. That's what kind of lured me towards Bourbon Serengeti. See what she can do, as Brad Cox's barn has certainly been firing. We saw a very impressive horse for him yesterday in Vetriano, who was
one that looks like is going to be a really big contender and possibly stakes in his future moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wish my mother would have said the same thing, that she had no problem with shoplifting.
You were just dying to say that. I should have noticed. Bourbon Serengeti, your favorite, though. Even money right now. Let's touch quickly on the number one, She's Always Rosie, that Maggie discussed trackside. As yes, we have seen Linda Rice do very well with the horses that she picked up in Kentucky. And she is kind of the new face in here, though she's stepping up in class.
Yeah, and she was claimed from a good barn. Bill Morey does really good work, and obviously Linda does tremendous job as well, but it feels like a lateral move. But she must have saw something that made her decide, this horse is worth reaching in for, and then to show up here at the raised level.
She claimed the horse for 30. May 16th, she entered her for 40 and scratched, and then entered for 75 in June, the end of June, and scratched. Not too long ago, actually, a couple days ago. I just, to me, when they get entered, it's even a thought to enter them for a tag is enough of a negative for me.
Let's see if she does indeed stack up with this competition, or maybe better suited to a claiming race. But nice maiden special weight in the second. Chris Griffin has the call. Race 2, Belmont at the Big A.
And they're off. Cost Containment breaks very well from that far outside draw, and also there is She's Always Rosie, and She's Always Rosie now takes the front. Right to where outside is going to be I'm Thinking. It's going to stalk from second. Cost Containment is now back to third. We're back to fourth there, as moving through at the rail will be Shoplifting, the early Triller. Bourbon Serengeti. They approach 4 furlongs left to go. She's Always Rosie is in front. She's Always Rosie takes him into the far turn, is up by 3/4 of a length. Right there in second is I'm Thinking, and Dylan Davis ready there from the second position, and Cost Containment starts to make a 3-wide move. At the rail there is Shoplifting looking for a way through, and the Triller still Bourbon Serengeti. 22.33 for the opening quarter mile. Approaching a quarter mile left to go, and She's Always Rosie now sprints for home, and she's got plenty. She's Always Rosie is trying to kick away from them all. Here's I'm Thinking ranging up on the outside one more time. Cost Containment starts to commence a rally, less than a furlong to go. She's Always Rosie is almost there. She's Always Rosie, I'm Thinking, keeps chasing. Cost Containment's in third. She's Always Rosie, Kendrick Carmouche, they win it at 6-1. She's Always Rosie wins it over I'm Thinking and Cost Containment in 1 minute 10 flat.
She's Always Rosie. Turns out it was indeed a vote of confidence to run in here. She got comfortable in the front end, Richie.
She really did. When she was traveling around the far turn with her years straightforward, you knew that she was doing it properly and well. 2 races, 2 horses, gate to wire inside. Not saying for sure that the track is leaning that way, but something we got to start thinking about, right?
Yeah, especially, I think one of the big indicators when you're trying to identify if there's a part of the racetrack that you want to be on, the first thing that helps you is that track propelling bigger prices home? And with 14-1 in the first leg, 6-1 here, you can start playing that game, and I don't think it's a dangerous path to go down.
She's Always Rosie. Got some comments from Maggie as far as her warm-up was concerned. The 2 I'm Thinking checking in second, and just a non-effort from your favorite, Bourbon Serengeti.
Yeah, I thought of a disappointing effort for Bourbon Serengeti, who did not show the kind of speed she showed on debut, and Shoplifting. Sat a good trip, was inside, angled out, and came up absolutely empty, and it was the other Linda Rice at the big price with Kendrick Carmouche putting her on the lead, and she just kept finding. Nice effort from her.
Yeah, when they turned for home, even Chris Griffin kind of called it that she seemed to have a lot left, and it was never really in danger.
1, 2, 6, 4. Some generous prices, in fact, in the top 3 finishers there in race number 2. Kendrick Carmouche piloting the winner. She's Always Rosie to victory. And, of course, giving a shout-out to the Aqueduct faithful.
They love Kendrick, and he loves them. And they appreciate the interaction. They're getting recognized, and it's the same guys here, day in, day out.
Yes, and we love to see it.
So we appreciate their support.
We certainly do. It's a lot of fun. Some of the best fans in the world here in New York at our racetrack. 6-1 winner. She's Always Rosie with the victory in the second. Bring you prices and more when we come back. And as far as the recap of the stakes action is concerned, we'll take a look back at Belle's Blue Bell and her performance in the Merrifield Stakes at Monmouth yesterday afternoon.
Catholic boy standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the races on this lovely Sunday afternoon as we are wrapping up the week of live racing. And in race 2, we saw another wire-to-wire winner. She's always Rosie. Seems like we say this a lot, Richie, but first off the claim for Linda Rice.
Yeah, obviously she had something in mind. She claimed this filly, steps up in class, takes down the winner's share of a $90,000 purse here. Kendrick Carmouche is just such a consistent rider about getting his position going forward.
Yeah, I mean, he's just never going to get in the way. I mean, there's a handful, not many in New York. We've got such a great room, but there's a handful of riders that they'll just get in the way of what the horse's weapon is. I don't feel like I feel that way hardly ever about Kendrick.
The number 1, she's always Rosie with the victory, $15.60 winner. A pretty good double going on here, $82 for a dollar double there with the first race as an upset as well. As we head back over to Monmouth Park, race 3, sprinting on the turf today, and right now it is the number 7 in the end for Kent Sweezy, taking a big drop in class after trying much tougher New York bred maiden special weight company at Saratoga last time out, meeting the rest of the field though, starting off with the 2 Bolt of Paradise.
Yeah, this horse ran well last time and ran well on the inside, so being drawn towards the inside again shouldn't be much of a problem.
8-1 on that one right now. Here's a big price at Denim and Lace.
Yeah, it's just going to have to improve. She hasn't run a race fast enough to be competitive for the win here.
Here's Little Hot Mess.
Yeah, it has a little bit of early speed. We'll need to use that to take advantage of the post position.
I like this name, Shamu.
Shamu turning back in distance. She did run way back at the Meadowlands going 5 furlongs and actually ran okay.
More on your favorite in the end in a moment. Here's the 8 Sophisticated Cat.
Yeah, it was a little bit green in the stretch last time. We'll need to get that sorted out.
The number 9 Highland Holiday, big price.
Yeah, big price, turning back in distance after showing speed going long.
And 2 horses getting in off the also eligible list, the 11 Mose Vino Mesa.
Jonathan Thomas, I think absolutely a player in the drop in class.
Big drop in class. And long shot, the 12 Money Slot.
Yeah, it doesn't have much speed going long, or now cuts back. I feel like the 12 Money Slot's going to be coming from way out of it.
Yesterday at Monmouth Park, the feature was the Merrifield sprinting on the main track for 3-year-old fillies, and a little bit of a price horse with the 6th, Bell's Blue Bell, getting the job done over You Almost Had Me, turning the tables on that one out of the Miss Preakness.
Yeah, and the difference was trips here. Bell's Blue Bell actually was forward, broke better, didn't get ping-ponged around like she did at Pimlico and lost position, where your favorite got left at the post and actually did really well to even get back in the race.
Yeah, the 5 You Almost Had Me was skating on thin ice prior to this race in terms of just going the wrong direction for a talented filly who showed so much promise early in her 2-year-old year and even late in her 2-year-old year. But this performance, breaking like she did and running like she did, I think she kind of threw herself back into the conversation as one of the nice 3-year-old sprinting fillies, along with the winner of the race.
Joe Bravo and those Jacks Are Better Silks high-fiving in the winner's circle as we bring in Paula Duca live with us from Monmouth Park. Polly, what were your thoughts on the Merrifield and the performance yesterday from Bell's Blue Bell?
Well, I think Joe Bravo really did a great job of taking advantage, knowing that the horse inside of him, who was the favorite, got left in the race, like you guys, mentioned, and Bell's Blue Bell was able to take advantage of it down the lane. And I think Blinkers has completely changed this filly when you go back and you look at her PPs. And, Merrifield's best day was here at Monmouth in the 2005 Breeders' Cup for Doug O'Neill and Elvis Trio when she won at 17-1. Bell's Blue Bell was kind of an upset at 6-1, but credit to the winner, but obviously the second-place finisher, Brad Cox, like you guys mentioned, a very courageous second-place finisher after being left. And then there was a claim of foul during the race, and, of course, Jersey Joe played it off very, very well. So, Bell's Blue Bell, I think, on and upwards, to be honest with you. I think the Blinkers have really helped her, like I said, and I think she'll get better and better. Let's go on to race number 3 here on the card, and this is a nice little race in here for 3-year-old fillies. And, when you look at the 7 in here to the end, I always think of Ivan Drago telling Rocky to the end. It's in the end, and this is going 5.5 furlongs. Now, this horse dropping for 16. I was talking to Kent Sweezy a little earlier. She's blazing fast, and he said, listen, I got to use my speed. He had a horse yesterday run 5.5 furlongs that ran a nice little second-place finish. She just got caught in a duel a couple back, but she's run a couple really good races. This was a 3rd-place finish where she, had to use her speed at 25-1 from the 1 hole. So I can understand she's smashed when it comes to the pick 3. I thought the other 2 fillies in here were the 2 and the 11, and that's who's getting bet. The 11 in here for Jonathan Thomas. I think Mig made a good point. Anytime Jonathan gets entered, his horses are going, and this is the kind of horse that seems like she likes to be on the van. Santa Anita to Indiana Grand to Delaware. She's raced at Woodbine and Churchill. This is her 6th racetrack in her 6th start for the 11, and she is a horse that obviously is a player in here. And then my last filly I like, Bolt of Paradise, should not be 7-1. Kathleen DeMasso cut this horse back to where she was when she started her career. I know she's a 4-year-old, but at 7-1, I thought she looked well. And, J.K. made a good point about the 8, who was very green. I thought the 8 looked tremendous. If I was going to include one other filly, it would be the 8 in here. But I think the 7's going to be ultra tough. But I'll land on the 2 in here with a good trip at 7-1.
Getting a nice price for the Kate DeMasi trainee. Paul, thank you. As far as the 7 in the end does go, she just has been facing so much tougher in her last 2 starts and all of her starts on the turf. But it is really plummeting in class here.
Yeah, I mean, the 7 to me is going to be extremely tough. Not only the drop in class, but this horse also has the most early speed.
Yep.
And when you're turf sprinting, I think early speed, probably more than any other situation, is at a premium. She's drawn well in the middle. She gets Paco. I think she's going to pop away from there. I have a hard time seeing the 7 not winning. I suppose the 11 on the drop as well could be sitting right off, but it's similar, not similar prices, but from at even money to 3-1, give me the horse that's going to be in front. I'll take the 7 in the end. I think they'll be tough to beat.
And Richie, before your favorite in the end, she's one that, and I talked to Kent Sweezy about it last time when she ran in Saratoga, she kind of runs with her head up in the air, high-headed. Right. What do you do with a horse like that to make them the most comfortable, especially when they have speed?
Well, honestly, Paco Lopez is a perfect rider for a horse like that because he doesn't pick up the reins. I mean, there'll be loose reins and gives her every opportunity to drop her head if she wants to, right? He's certainly not going to be inhibiting her stride or picking her head up. Listen, Paco wins, and he wins consistently. He does a lot of things that to me seem a little unorthodox, but it works for him, so you can't criticize success.
Horses run for him as he's had yet another fantastic meet over at Monmouth Park and on the even money favorite here on the big drop in class for Kent Sweezy. Paul has some interest in the two, Bolt of Paradise, one who has been exposed at this level before, but you are getting a better price versus a horse that was the favorite last time.
And you get your second lead rider, Jairo Rendon, who I've been very impressed with. I was impressed. He shipped in and won some races here last fall before he went back home to the farm and tended to his cattle. Yeah, but he's been riding tremendously well at this Monmouth Park stand.
It certainly has. 4-5 now on your favorite. Jonathan, you mentioned the number 11, Mosavino Mesa, another class dropper. And just like we talked about earlier, sometimes these horses that have just been running against better just have an easier time of it.
Yeah, the only issue I have with the 11, it just doesn't have as much early speed as the 7. I mean, I remember I liked the 7 in the end, running against maiden special weights on Belmont Stakes Festival week at Saratoga. I got to like this horse in here for 16. I don't care if it's 3-5.
See if the favorite can take them every step of the way in the third at Monmouth. Matt Dinnerman standing by with the call.
2 back, Mosavino Mesa. Money slot to the outside post. We're ready to go. And Leroff, in the end, rockets out of the gate and wastes no time. Goes right to the lead from Little Hot Mess, the gray denim and lace, and Bolt of Paradise stretched across the track. Sophisticated Cat outside, not far off, within 2.5 lengths of the lead. Coming back to Highland Holiday, Money Slot, they race together. Shamu second to last. Mosavino Mesa at the back of the pack, 9 lengths off the lead with a half mile to go. In the end, went off at 1-5 and leads the way, says come and catch me if you can. In the end, by about a length. Little Hot Mess right behind chasing. Now a half length back as they round the turn. Sophisticated Cat has already come under a hard ride outside of Bolt of Paradise. Denim and Laces plummeted back to a midfield position while under pressure at the top of the lane. In the end, still leads them. Little Hot Mess all in right now as they come off the turn. In the end, kicks away. Paco riding this one confident, shakes the reins, and she accelerates to a 2.5 length lead with a 16th to go. In the end, with a big kick and a big win today. In the end, gallops in race 3. Sophisticated Cat was second. Little Hot Mess third. Bolt of Paradise fourth.
In the end, just much the best in this spot on that big drop in class. And Jonathan, just as we've talked about before, sometimes you just can't beat the class in these races.
No, the class and the speed. I mean, that's kind of a perfect storm. Popped out of there, got to the front end, and never really even had to be encouraged much. I think they probably could have just sat chilly up there the entire time and still won the race. But just a big drop. I'd imagine someone claimed this horse and will be going somewhere else after this.
Paco Lopez, there's an example of some unorthodox methods, but certainly got this horse to relax nicely.
He's so hard to pick out from the other riders. When he took that long languishing look back coming off the quarter pole over his left shoulder, you go, wow, how much horse does he have?
Certainly a lot. Horses in the paddock for the third. Belmont at the Big A. There's your current even money favorite. Another class dropper, Irish Jackson. We'll talk more about her after this on America's Day at the Races.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness, race after race after race. You have to be here to take home a memory you'll have forever. This November, when the world's best come to Del Mar, you have to be here.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and sales rate, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Beyond Brilliant, Gear Jockey, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. By the legendary Candy Ride. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Gunrunner is the sire of 12 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gun Pilot, Vava, Toyota Bluegrass winner Sierra Leone, Champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknife, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, Track Record Setter Society, Locked, 2-time Grade 1 winner Gunite, and Classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
We're back on America's Day at the Races as we get ready for the 3rd race on the card. Horses stepping out, non-winners of 3 in life. There's your current favorite, Irish Jackson, on a drop-in class.
Yeah, drop-in class, I think, makes her very tough, and we've seen 2 horses run very well, showing speed and towards the inside in the first 2 races here.
Here's the 2 back down to this level for Roja Ligera.
Yeah, just doesn't really have a race as of late that's suggesting to be competitive with this group.
Number 3, Fulgini is next.
Yeah, she's going to have to find a better race, maybe going back to her race last summer in Saratoga to be competitive here.
Big price on the board right now. There's a 4, Ghostly Girl contender.
Yeah, the way this horse ran last time, it really makes me feel like she's going to appreciate the cutback, but the cutback in price at 2-1, not really for me.
Back to dirt for First Class Cat, and there's the 6. Try it again.
Yeah, try it again. Another one who just seems to be going the wrong direction. Ran okay first off of that little short break back on May 2nd, but then just, was beating 13 last time and going the wrong direction in her speed figures.
You can get the inside track on handicapping with Naira Bet's track stats. If you, for instance, want to know the best races to bet in order to beat favorites at Belmont at the Big A, Track Stats has the answer. For more stats on tracks across the country, visit NairaBets.com. A great resource for you over there. The number 1, 8-5 on Irish Jackson. For more, let's check in with Maggie.
Oh, Acacia, she is the favorite. It's a little bit of a somewhat suspicious drop, as the Notas aren't a barn who necessarily drop their horses like this, but she, at the end of the day, her body of work is just better than anybody's in here, and I could not fault her whatsoever physically. Has warmed up beautifully, looked the best in the paddock, so she's gonna have to be my pick in here, though I'm a little bit reluctant, and I'm a little bit more reluctant given the fact that the track is the way it is, though she is drawn towards the rail, which is a good thing, as it does feel like there are several other horses that could be quicker than her, that could fall to the hands of Fellini here, or Ghostly Girl, and I think the board kind of suggesting that Ghostly Girl could be that one. That's a big price, though, on number 5, First Class Cat for Linda Rice. I don't think she's that good overall. She always looks the picture. I mean, she's always dappled head to toe, super healthy, just everything you want in a horse. But and Linda kind of experimented with the turf. She didn't look like a turf horse at all. So back to reality here, but I just don't think at the end of the day she's as good as your current favorite, number 1, Irish Jackson.
Fair enough, Maggie. Thank you. We'll see how it does play out. And it's an important thing to keep in mind. And you might have noticed post times moved up just by a couple minutes. So post time for this race coming up in the 3rd will be about 2 o'clock here. Hopefully trying to avoid a little bit of rain in the forecast for some of the later races. But the 1, Irish Jackson, looks like she could be tough to beat in this spot.
No, I think she will be very tough. I picked the 4, Ghostly Girl. You get a 7-pound apprentice in Francisco Martinez, and she has speed. She's getting a break in weights, right? So she gets in at 118. I got to think they're going to let her roll.
Yeah, we've been talking about how these horses will whisper to the other ones and say, hey, I'm dropping in class, and they just let them win. Once again, joking, but Irish Jackson looks tough in here on the drop.
Our coverage moving back over to FS2. We'll see you over there on America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. A little bit bouncing around on networks today, so thanks for sticking with us as we are continuing here on FS2 and SNY. Welcome to our viewers just tuning in. Acacia Kamon alongside Richard Migliori and Jonathan Kinchin. Maggie Wolfendale with us here in New York, and Paula Duca live at Monmouth Park as well. Guys, we're getting ready for the third race. Belmont at the Big A. Post times moved up just by a couple minutes, hopefully avoiding a little bit of rain in the forecast later on today. And the favorite, Irish Jackson, in this third looks pretty tough on that big drop in class.
No, I completely agree. The one fear that I have is from this inside post with a horse that doesn't always have the most early speed. I mean, I would try to be forward, send them away from there, try to hold that position forward. What I don't think you want to do with a horse that hasn't shown they want to win consistently is take them back and have them eat dirt and get them to try to run past horses.
No, especially on this drop-in class. You want to go forward. You want to make the other horses work around you. I just think Ghostly Girl with a 7-pound apprentice, so you're getting in with 118 as opposed to 125 with Irish Jackson. And usually that signifies the connections want a horse to show speed. They're not going to overburden an apprentice jockey with instructions. They're just going to say, go to the lead.
See if she can take them every step of the way. A nice price at 5-1. The favorite, Irish Jackson, though, very short price on that big drop in class. Race 3. Everyone looking for the third win of their career coming up. Here's Chris Griffin standing by live at the call. Belmont at the Big A.
Try it again, goes in. All set. And they're off. Step slow for Irish Jackson, the early trailer. Speed from Roja Lijera right towards the front and has company with Fellini, and these two hook up, making it 4. Across the racetrack right there is Try It Again and also Ghostly Girl. They are lined up 4 across the track with First Class Cat. Second to last, and the trailer step slow was Irish Jackson, but is off this pressured pace. It's Roja Lijera who's at the rail in between horses. That's Fellini. 3 wide. Moving forward, that's Ghostly Girl. Trying to keep up his Try It Again. Orange cap, and they went through that opening quarter. Posted 21.50. Hot tempo up top. Roja Lijera, the big long shot, is trying to dispatch of her rivals, and Roja Lijera is now up by a length and a half. Ghostly Girl continues to chase there under a full drive as Fellini and cruising up on the outside from off the pace. Here comes First Class Cat with the run. Following that move is going to be Irish Jackson. They follow the same lane, but Roja Lijera is trying to fend him off. First Class Cat continues to progress, and now First Class Cat has taken the lead. Irish Jackson is muscling on through, is bringing Try It Again with her as they're approaching the final 16th. Trying to put it away. First Class Cat, she's still there. First Class Cat is up by 2. First Class Cat, Jose Lescano, with the victory. Try It Again rallies on there for second, then Irish Jackson. Photo between Roja Lijera and Ghostly Girl. 1 minute 10.38 seconds.
Second win today for trainer Linda Rice as First Class Cat gets back to her preferred surface and wins race 3.
Well, we see a horse come from off the pace, but boy, did we get a contested and fast pace for this level of horse to go 45 flat, basically. And here she came with that rally outside Jose Lescano. Day in, day out, delivers first-class rides, as consistent a rider as there is. Your favorite, Irish Jackson, got left, then was having the 6-horse Try It Again lean all over the stretch. Just never a comfortable trip.
No, I mean, a horrible trip, you know, and it's not ideal, but the 5 First Class Cat did get kind of a first-class trip. I just hang out with you. I just start doing that with Richie. I don't, you know, did you notice what I did there with the first-class thing, comfort?
It rubs off. It's infectious.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, it's good. You're making me better. But, no, look, I just thought First Class Cat got an outstanding trip, and it's just the tale of trips between the 1 Irish Jackson and the 5 First Class Cat.
We'll take a look at the start because the number 1, Irish Jackson, who would express a little bit of concern about with a horse that doesn't have a ton of speed, just broke a bit sluggish. Meanwhile, the 6, First Try It Again, actually impeded your eventual winner, First Class Cat. Not the best break for that one either.
Yeah, right out of the gate. Listen, we know Ruben Silvera's an aggressive rider from that outside. He was intent on making his way to the inside, despite the fact that there was a horse inside of him.
And Try It Again, she was hard to handle throughout the whole race. She's a horse that actually used to wear an extension blinker, fully covering her outside eye. She could be a little bit lugging in, lugging out, and she did not look like she was the kindest horse to ride.
No, but listen, Ruben rode her hard, and he was able to preserve second here at 7-1. And First Class Cat, the most logical horse aside from your favorite Irish Jackson, who did suffer through that tough trip.
Well, you know, it's funny though, Richie. I think, you know, if you consider who had the worst start, I would argue that the winner, First Class Cat, the 5, had the worst start. But what happened after that is that Dylan and Irish Jackson didn't get anything easy the rest of the way, while Jose Lezcano and First Class Cat worked out a nice trip. So while they both had poor starts, I thought the 5 actually had the worst of it early.
You think being able to get outside, though, in the clear out of that kickback and have that unencumbered run probably made a difference?
First Class Cat with the win, back-to-back victories for Linda Rice. Jose Lezcano aboard this one as she got back to her preferred surface. Well, we are just 11 days away. The countdown is on to the start of summer at the spa. Opening day at Saratoga Racecourse coming up on July 11th. We'll talk a little bit more about what you can expect after this.
The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella, has won the hopeful.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
"11 days away from opening day at Saratoga, and you can get your tickets now. Reserve your spot at the Treehouse this summer. All that number, check out naira.com/Saratoga. The Paddock Suite bar built a couple years ago at Saratoga right outside the paddock, and one of the coolest places to watch the races.
I really think it was well done. I had my reservations about the location, with the horses, you know, be affected by it. Not at all. They don't even notice it. And it just looks like it's such a comfortable area.
Air conditioning upstairs?
Hey, when you there's a couple things you can do at Saratoga the right way. 1 is air conditioning, if you can find it. 2 is Shake Shack, and then 3 is that wonderful bar downstairs.
It's great.
Yeah.
It is great. Yeah, the new Paddock Suite bar, the new Paddock Suite upstairs, and the Paddock Bar downstairs in that treehouse right outside the paddock. We have a bird's eye view of all of the horses in the paddock for each of the races. And here is Opening week stakes schedule, of course, as always, kicks off on Thursday with the Schuylerville and highlighted by the Grade 1 Diana on Saturday. But just so much to look forward to, and seeing that list really makes you excited, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And this timeless place, Saratoga, with the best racing all summer. And it just seems like it continues to get better, bigger, and better every year.
Yeah, I mean, look, no offense to this wonderful Sunday here at the Big A, but there's no superstars today. There's a superstar almost every day at Saratoga, and that's one thing I think we all love about it.
You get a chance to see the unveiling of some really talented 2-year-olds. Even you think back to the dominant debut by Fierceness, who was touted last summer. You get a chance to see some of those big names in the big graded stakes every weekend as well. What stake race at Saratoga would you say is one of your favorites, or one you always look forward to?
For me, it's the Jerkins. I love like that 7 furlongs. You for the 3-year-olds, you have all the Derby type horses throughout the Triple Crown Trail that we fall in love with, and horses that disappoint you, and you even start in the spring thinking like, oh, this horse is going to be so great when they cut back on the Jerkins. It's my favorite race. It's usually on Travers Day, or it's always on Travers Day. Yeah. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a tough thing to really identify one, because just every day is so good. And obviously the Travers is such a build-up and so much excitement to that. The Diana, to me, though, has been over the years a race that has always delivered.
A lot to look forward to. A lot of special races coming up this summer, those big ones included. As we wrap up what just took place here at Belmont at the Big A, First Class Cat getting her picture taken back to her preferred surface in the 3rd race, and she picks up the 3rd win of her career.
Tough combination here. Linda Rice and Jose Lascano. He rides consistently, those consistently good races. He circled up. Now, first 2 races wire to wire, but this was a real pace on here for lower level horses.
Yeah, absolutely, and one from off the inside, which I know there were some thoughts maybe about the first 2 races that maybe the inside is where you wanted to be. I wouldn't abandon that idea if you thought that was okay. I mean, this was probably one of the best horses in the race. So, a lot of times when you're trying to work through bias situations, you got to really identify who's running, should they be running, are they running better than they should. I thought the 5 First Class Cat should thank Jose Lascano for an outstanding ride.
Got the right trip today. $7 winner, your heavy favorite after a 4-start Irish Jackson. Will have to settle for 3rd at 4-5. As we head back over to Monmouth Park and race 4 coming up next. This one going to be 5.5 on the main track. Non-winners of 3 in life in this claiming race as well. 1 scratch of the 3, and right now it's the 6th horse, Indulge. Who's your favorite? Here's the field though, starting with El de Chirel.
Been in really good form last 2 starts at Delaware and make this horse very competitive here.
2-1 right now, a horse that's definitely a player. There's the 2 Rascally Rebel.
Yeah, I was beaten by 11 last time from an inside draw. Gonna need to get a taste bit faster.
Wayne Potts has the 1. He also has this source, the 4 Awesome Prince.
Yeah, this one has a little bit more tactical speed and really seems to be kind of floating around those same buyer speed figures. And if that's the case, we'll be competitive here.
Here's Ice Cold Frosty. That sounds nice today, doesn't it?
It actually does. This horse has absolutely no speed, making his first start for trainer Dan Ward, and you get Paco Lopez at 5-2.
And there's your favorite, Indulge.
Well, the theme of the day so far at Monmouth is the droppers, and this would be one of those droppers. And I do want to say that if you're sitting at home or if you're at the racetrack or you're listening to this at all, if you put French fries on your Frosty, I think you're a little bit weird.
I'm not a fan of that either myself.
Okay, good. Just checking in.
I never heard of that before.
It's a thing.
Really?
It is a thing.
Yeah, it's a thing.
There's a lot of...
I like to keep it separate. Yeah.
I'm with you.
Enjoy them each on their own.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. All right. Well, important questions. Paul, French fries on the Frosty, or do we keep them separate?
No, listen, I'm staying with the Grimace milkshake for the Mets right now. They're hot, okay? Let's just go there with the milkshake, although they discontinued it and you only can get it in Canada. So maybe I'll take a ride up to Montreal before I head to Saratoga and get myself a Grimace milkshake. It's wondrous. Okay, here we go in race number 4 in here. And when I looked at this race, what's going to play over here? The 6 Indulge absolutely lays over this field. I mean, I'm a sheep player. Everybody kind of knows that. And this horse is 6-7 points faster than this group. And like Jonathan said, the theme is horse drop, and this one dropping for 10 strike. In a horse that is confusing, you know, because it has no early speed and is probably going to get left in the gate, because if you look at his PPs, he's gotten left in the gate almost every one of his starts. He's going to have to make up a ton of ground going 5.5 furlongs. Now, it looks like the fixed odds, he's going to end up going off here at 4 to 5 or so, somewhere in that area, maybe a little bit shorter. Now, this 5-horse in here, you know, Dan Ward's really good on a reset, and this is a horse that has not been seen since February. Ice cold frosty. He does get Paco Lopez. They're 40% together. They're 4 for 10 this year, so they fire. So when horses get bet from the Dan Ward barn, they usually run. So I would think Ice Cold Frosty, another horse that's going to be laying probably far back, and another horse that's had some gate issues, and that's why I turned to the 1. Now, do I think the 1 is the best horse in here? No, but this horse is going to have a giant lead on this group, unless the 4, who the 4 could be sitting in that nice little catbird seat behind the 1. But if you look at the 1, every time that he's gotten to the far turn in front, he's won. Now, I know he's the cheapest type. He's lost at 30 cents on the dollar. But at the same time, when you look at the pace dynamics in here, I get it. The 6 is way the horse to beat. But I'll tell you right now, the 1's going to be in front going to the far turn, Acacia.
Does have that dangerous speed from the rail. Polly, thank you, as one of 2 for Wayne Potts, and one with speed and one that comes from kind of mid-pack, so complementary running styles.
Yeah, I like when they run horses that complement each other's running styles, and I'll be disappointed if Paul doesn't take me on that road trip up to Canada.
If we were missing Paul and the MiG, we know what happened to them. Back over to Belmont at the Big A. We have New York breds in the spotlight for the 4th race, and this 6 furlong allowance, fillies and mares. There is Enfuega, as she certainly was that on debut. For more is how she's doing in the paddock, let's check back in with Maggie.
And it feels like it's an awfully big price, Acacia, currently on Enfuega, who does come back for this 3-year-old bow, as she got kind of thrown into deep waters in her 2nd start of her career after a blowout win, first time out on the lead. She does return getting Lasix, and she's one that I was kind of shocked to see on the front end in that 6.5 furlong debut, because she looked like a horse that was very, you know, long and lanky, and so therefore probably wanted more ground and therefore would be closing going 6 furlongs. Wasn't the case. She wasn't close to the lead then stretching out, so I almost wonder if she was one that was just really cranked up to win her debut, which we often see from Jeremiah Englehart, and we're kind of going to find out how good she actually is. She's gotten even longer now as a 3-year-old, so therefore enhancing her appearance of a very lanky type of filly. I would like her to be carrying more conditioning, if I was being totally honest. She does look incredibly fit coming back here, but really feels like she needs to strengthen up. Acacia, she's very professional now, having this been her 3rd start, or being her 3rd start of her career, but sometimes you see horses when they're away, they come back and they're a little fresh. That's not the case. She's very quiet here, wearing the same equipment that she wore first time out too, and 2nd time, with nothing on her nose, but a full cheek snaffle, which is a bit that you don't usually see horses running in the afternoons with. It's kind of to ride a little bit more steering. You'll see those long pieces on the side of her mouth.
Give the rider a little bit more control. There's a good look at it there, Richie, that full cheek snaffle. So the snaffle, softer bit, bends in the middle, as opposed to kind of the cage bit, the Houghton bit, straight bar through the mouth. But the bars on the side of the cheek like this will serve a similar type of purpose to give the rider control.
Exactly, and you're not going to be inclined to pull the bit through the horse's mouth. It's going to play on both the bars of the horse's mouth and also the outside, the cheeks part, and again, giving a rider a bit more control.
We've talked about some of the exciting stakes action coming up next week. Fields already drawn for Thursday and Friday. And here's the stakes schedule for closing weekend at Belmont at the Big A's. We'll take a look at the feature on Friday. We'll go as race 8, the grade 2 Brooklyn, 1 mile and 3/8 on the main track, one of those marathon distances. And of course, a highlight horse will be next, who's just been so dominant in these marathon distances. Jonathan, maybe he doesn't run as much on the racetrack as some other horses, but when he shows up in a big way.
Oh, I mean, he's just sensational. I mean, if it's 1.5 miles on the dirt or longer, there's not a horse in this country that will beat him. I don't know if there's a horse in this world on the dirt that will beat him going this far. It's not something we do very often here. I mean, if we did, he'd probably run more. But I think they've done a great job just to kind of space him out. Try to pick up all the big spots along the way. Races like the Brooklyn. I'm drawing a blank on what we call it at Saratoga.
The Birdstone.
The Birdstone. And then, kind of pointing towards the marathon they usually have on the undercard for the Breeders' Cup, and just showing up and winning these races. There's not a horse, I said, in this country that will beat this horse going 1.5 miles or long on the dirt.
Very specialized kind of horse, right? He just is able to continue. He's got a relentless stride, real stamina.
Post parade for the 4th, Belmont at the Big A. Here's the 1, 5-2.
Who's 3-1, but also strong connections again. Jose Lezcano, Linda Rice.
Turf to dirt for the 2, Maggie's Palace.
I prefer my Maggies with the IE.
Don't we all? Here's the 3, Enfuega, making her 3-year-old debut.
Yeah, very sharp on debut last year, so she can win off the bench.
2-1 favorite right now. Here's a 4, Newsley.
Yeah, we talk about these horses that keep running second all the time. This horse actually takes money. I don't like that as much.
Another one for Linda Rice, George's Vice.
Yeah, it was ran on well last time to be 3rd in the same condition.
5-1, and long shot to the outside, Franny Lou.
Yeah, has a couple of races where this horse has shown speed. Didn't show much last time after getting bumped at the start. Will need to use that speed from the outside draw.
That's the field for the 4th, Belmont at the Big A. Back to Monmouth. They're approaching the gate for race number 4, non-winners of 3, and your favorite, Indulge to the outside. Jonathan, as you mentioned, the theme, Class Droppers.
Class Droppers, yes, absolutely. I think the 6 is going to be tough to beat here. Not overly dominant on paper. Definitely has an edge, but the class edge, when they turn for home, this horse should be able to stay in the clear. No straw in the path outside of maybe losing a little ground, Richie.
Race 4 coming up from Monmouth. Here's Matt Dinnerman with the call.
Indulge to the outside. We're ready to go. And play rough. Good break from Ice Cold Frosty and Awesome Prince. Those two together on the front end. Here's LD Sherrill flashing forward to take the lead away from both. And LD Sherrill is the leader here by about a length from Ice Cold Frosty right behind, chasing in second. Awesome Prince and Rascally Rebel, they're side by side, and they're 5 ahead of Indulge at the back of the pack. The 1-2 favorite has plenty of ground to make up to this point. They sail into the far turn. LD Sherrill wings it. A length and a tail ahead. Ice Cold Frosty second. Rascally Rebel sent hard on the inside, has to steady off of heels down on the rail when it got tight. Awesome Prince on the outside, 3 deep, gets a tap on the shoulder to get going, and Indulge is still well behind, would need to do something special to win it, trying to mount a rally from far out of it, top of the lane. Awesome Prince, LD Sherrill passes the baton to his stablemate, Awesome Prince, who goes on with it. Awesome Prince opening up 2, LD Sherrill second, Ice Cold Frosty third, then Rascally Rebel. Indulge has yet to pass a runner and probably will not. Awesome Prince clear to the line. Awesome Prince gets it done. Photo for second, got really tight late. Rascally Rebel and Ice Cold Frosty. LD Sherrill was 4th, and Indulge ran last the whole way around.
Awesome Prince with the win, the number 4 for Wayne Potts. And as you heard in Matt Dinnerman's call, a non-effort from your heavy favorite, Indulge, on the drop-in class. Back to New York, horses warming up on track for this New York bred first level allowance. And there is Enfuega, who was dominant on debut. And then, as Maggie touched on, Richie, after breaking her maiden against fellow New York bred company, went right into open stakes company.
Yeah, and you think about conditions, right? Horses have the maiden condition. a 1 other than, 2 other than, 3 other than, and then listed stakes. She skipped several conditions to go right into open company against stakes competition, and she was only 4-1 in that race. I mean, she makes a lot of sense here coming back off the layoff, the fact that she won on debut. She showed good speed that day, and she's sprinting again against New York Breds.
Yeah, here's my thing with Enfuega is that as a 2-year-old, she ran a number, a speed figure, that was comparative, basically the same as what these horses have been running lately. Now, if she takes that step forward she's supposed to take from 2 to 3, I just don't see how they beat her in here. I mean, I get it. Like, maybe she's not fit. Maybe she needs one off the break. But these are all things I'm guessing. I mean, she ran, she won on her debut off the longest layoff you could have, which is your first start. And I just think Jeremiah knows what she needs to be fit. Maybe this is a setup race for something down the line at Saratoga, but I'm not going to get too creative trying to beat her in this spot.
The number 4, Newsly, meanwhile, for a barn coming in that we've seen with New York Breds be dangerous. And this horse effectively made the switch over from Pennsylvania to New York. And while she hasn't won against New York Bred Company, Richie, she's been knocking on the door with 3 consecutive seconds.
Yeah, I mean, she's run extremely well, and she's the speed of the speed here, I believe. I see her making the lead. And these are all homebreds, too, for these connections. They breed their own, and they've done fairly well with them. I agree with Jonathan, though. It does seem a little bit disconcerting that she coughs up the lead twice in a row in similar fashion.
Yeah, and in a short price. One of those, she was an entry, so, but still, I just, you start to question it. And she's not that much faster as a 4-year-old than Enfuega was as a 2-year-old. So she's not going to take any steps forward. We know who she is. We know who Newsly is. We don't quite know who Enfuega is, and I think she could run a little bit faster getting Lasix for the first time.
And I think you bring up such an important point, Jonathan, and it's one to watch when sometimes you see horses coming back and making their 3-year-old debut, especially as we move into Saratoga, and you say, wow, those races as a 2-year-old were just not that fast. You have to immediately expect some sort of progression from 2 to 3.
I've heard a lot of people that have been around this game a lot longer than I have, specifically some horse player legends and the Matisse brothers. They've always kind of said it to me as like maybe 10 to 12 points you can expect from on the Bayer scale from 2 to 3. I mean, it's not an exact science. It's just a range in which you can try to look to.
Well, how does she step forward from 2 to 3? We'll soon find out. For more on this field warming up, though, let's go back to Maggie.
And Acacia, the problem is, if you want to try to play against your current favorite, Enfuega, is that, as you guys alluded to, there really isn't much or anywhere else to go. Because, as we saw, Newsly, she's coughed up the lead 3 times in a row. Now, she is a horse that is really awful in the paddock. I mean, she takes like 4 people to saddle her with a pony, done on the walk, completely washes out, but that's just her. She's done it throughout the winter and spring, and it's what we continuously see. If you like her, fine. Maybe, you know, this quicker racetrack helps today, but I really don't think that Manny Franco is going to allow her to waltz on the lead and will keep Enfuega engaged. Now, I do prefer Maggie spelled with an I-E, because when people ask me with an I-E or a Y, I just say, are you serious? But I guess when they're equines, a Y is fitting. But Maggie's Palace, you know, she was beaten 2 back in the She's a Stone Cold Fox at Finger Lakes by Sweet Brown Sugar, who's pretty darn nice for Paul Barrow. Won a stake here over the winter. And last time, maybe a tune-up just on the turf. She made a great impression. She might be one that you use underneath at a big price.
10 to 1 on Maggie's Palace. Maggie, thank you. 6 to 5 though on Enfuega as they load in for race 4. These New York bred fillies. Let's send it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Vice and Frenny Lou. Frenny Lou moves forward. Start of the pick 6. All set. And they're off. George's Vice gets the first call, has early speed, and there's Enfuega in between horses, now puts ahead in front. Enfuega's got the lead, is right there challenging as George's Vice, and up on the far outside joining them, Franny Lou. Tightly at the rail is Maggie's Palace, then comes the Red Silks of Newsly, and the trailer is 5 to 2. They work up the backstretch, 3 across the racetrack. Plenty of pace on here as Enfuega is in front, 22-3 for the opening quarter mile. Here's the run from Franny Lou and Boca Chica. They take it right to the favorite, and Franny Lou has run right by the favorite. The 25-1 shot has now put a half length on Enfuega, who's back to second. Trying to rally on, Green Kappa's Maggie's Palace starts to weave through rivals, is now taken third. George's Vice is trying to keep up. Newsley towards the back end of the field, and the trailer still 5-2. Can Franny Lou hang on here as they reach the top of the stretch? Enfuega's coming right back, and Enfuega's got more. Enfuega starts to rally on, 5-2 though, and Jose Lescano rolling on the grandstand side. Maggie's Palace is right there as well. It's Enfuega trying to hold him off. Maggie's Palace has burst to the front. Maggie's Palace has got all the late momentum. Maggie's Palace wins it at 9-1. Maggie's Palace over Enfuega, then came 5-2. And a late run from Newsley in 1 minute 11-3.
An upset at 9-1 on Maggie's Palace, who got high marks from Maggie Wolfendale with an IE about the equine version with a Y, and she had all the momentum late, Richie.
Yeah, and a contested pace again, and I guess we can say this track is fair. When we get a good pace, horses are closing well, and Dylan Davis was able to extricate her from the inside when he angled out to the clear. Kind of really like this daughter of Palace Malice's stride, the way she kind of drops her head and reaches for ground. And Fuego was very, very game. And this is a nice filly, Maggie's Palace, a homebred for Joe DeRico. Nice to see him get a good one here. Look how she runs with her head out and down, really covering ground, JK.
Richie, how much do you think the move, the premature move by the 6, affected the 3?
Oh, it absolutely cost the 3 dearly, because she was under pressure then. When she could have maybe gotten a breather around that turn, she turned the heat up.
With the move of the number 6, Franny Lou, kind of changing the dynamics of the race, causing it to set up for that filly right there, the 2 Maggie's Palace with Dylan Davis. Second win today for Dylan Davis. 3-year-old filly gets the job done. Prices and more when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a $12.50 post on weekends, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and 6-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Belmont at the Big A meeting, and race 4 is official. Maggie's Palace under a heads-up ride for Dylan Davis, getting his 2nd win of the day. Big, strong finish for this daughter of Palace. Malice gets it done at 9-1. It's a really good effort, a fast, contested pace. Your favorite Enfuega had to settle for 2nd, but $20.60 for Maggie's Palace. Enfuega had to fend off other speeds, did well to be 2nd best, and 5-2. Another Linda Rice runner with Jose Lescano rounds out your try here. Maggie's Palace, though, gets it done, Acacia, here in race 4 at Aqueduct.
Do you want to take over hosting?
No.
Doing a great job.
Definitely not.
Maggie Spallas with the win, as she does pull an upset, as you mentioned, at 9-1, a nice price. And as you touched on earlier, I think it's an important thing to say about a couple of upsets, some long shots in the first 2 races with early speed. The last couple of races have shown not really something you need to focus on as how the track might be playing.
No, and I think it just underscores the fact you shouldn't jump to any hard and fast conclusions. You can ask these questions, you can think about it, but I think it's very clear that this track is playing fair. Horses, we've had 2 horses win wire to wire and 2 horses close, but they did get contested paces to run into.
I'm a big believer when you're trying to take advantage of sometimes how a racetrack can favor certain parts of the certain paths. You don't want to try to bet while it's happening on a biased racetrack, because it can change, but I think you can use the results of what happens and use it in the future to find horses that maybe were disadvantaged a previous day.
Keep your notes and follow them for the next time you see those horses coming back. Back over at Monmouth Park, we had a heavy favorite in the 4th race in Indulge, who just kind of went around at the back of the pack. It was an upset, though, with the 4 Awesome Prince, one of 2 in the field for Wayne Potts. And this gelding has been knocking on the door and finally broke through at this level today.
Yeah, you know, when we talk about lower level horses, Jonathan, one of the things that why they're lower level horses is consistency. And what are you going to get on a particular day?
Yeah, and the funny thing about this horse is he's kind of been running similar numbers for Wayne Potts. I don't think he ran any better today. I think it's who he ran against, right? The big favorite didn't show up and run at all, didn't pass a horse. I think Matt Dinnerman actually said that in the call, never passed a horse at all. So that's a tricky thing about those droppers. For a couple of races, you were rewarded by supporting the droppers, and then right here in race 4, it kind of bites you a little bit because sometimes they can be dropping for a reason.
$20.60 winner in the 4th, Awesome Prince, pulling the upset at Monmouth Park. We'll take a look at some graded stakes action coming up next week. That does include the Grade 3 victory ride on Thursday, as Emery, she's been dominant since coming back as a 3-year-old. The horse that was favored over eventual 2-year-old champion, just FYI, in the Frazette. What does she have on Thursday?
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness. At the line, War of Will, that's a photo for the win. Hey, 650,000.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage, as we have a maiden claiming race coming up next, a mile on the main track for 40,000. And taking a look at the field, it's pretty wide open on the board as of now. Tepid 3-1 favorite. Here's the rest of the group, though, starting off with Just Be Honest, who's getting a lot of changes.
Oh, yeah, changing surfaces, dropping in class, inside post with a short run of that first turn.
The 2, Ike's Gamble.
Yeah, needed the maiden claimers, but needed one of them not to show up last time, was second.
The 3, Gran Yaco, dropping class.
Maybe the 12th time will be the charm, but the dropping class could help.
Blinkers on, Stately Order.
Yeah, puts the blinkers back on, but the horse just doesn't seem very consistent.
Here's the 5, Holdout.
Stretching out for the first time on dirt. Also was only beating a nose for this maiden 40 level.
The 6, Quistmer.
This horse took a lot of money on debut down at Gulfstream Park. Interesting to see if this one can bounce back off of that effort.
Just lightly raced as well. The 7, Tricolor went by. Here's the 8, Nemo.
Yeah, Nemo ran last time against maiden 25. Got an okay number, but the pace wasn't particularly fast. Slow pace up close.
That's the field for the 5th at Monmouth, 2-1 favorite. Now on to the number 3, Gran Yaco, who, as Richie mentioned, has had quite a few chances, but is dropping for the first time. For more, let's check in with Paul Latuca.
Yeah, this is a confusing race here, a field of 8, and I thought it was a wide open race, to be honest with you. So we'll start with the number 2 in here, Ike's Gamble. I actually thought this horse ran a very good race for the first time running on the dirt. And, it was a good race over at Parks. The decision you have to make is some of these Parks horses just have not transferred over. So you're getting 7-1 on Ike's Gamble, and I just think that's too high of a price. I mean, the horse did run well enough to be part of the picture here. So 7-1 if you like that horse. Now, the 3 horse, Gran Yaco, that's pretty strong betting at 2-1 for a trainer that's 0 for 18 at the meet and has not hit the exacta. So there's the worry there. Now, I get it. Big drop in class. This horse has had 11 chances. Do you really want to go there? I mean, the last race was probably his best race, so maybe he's trending upward, but they're dropping now because they're thinking that's where he can win in here. The 7 is not really getting played in the will pays, really, for Paco Lopez and Philip Airstone, and it's a horse that dropped and last time out, and it's 0 for 35. So I think it's just fake money on the 7 because it's Paco Lopez. I would not advise. I like the 5 in here. I actually like the 5 quite a bit. Hold out. And, this horse that started going long for Owen Hardy and had problems getting out of the gate earlier in his career. Now, since he's gone over to the Claudio Gonzalez barn, this is a horse now that has at least shown a little bit of pace going short. Now, I think we can stay at least attached to the field here today, has the grinding type of style, and I think 5-1 is a tremendous price. I just cannot take Gran Yaco, a horse that's 0 for 11, like I said, in the trainer. Nothing against Juan Avila, he's just having a rough meet. So I think Ike's Gamble at 2 is a good price at 5-1, but I'll go with Hold Out at 6-1.
And getting a nice price, Paulie, thank you. We'll see how it plays out in the 5th race. But as we mentioned, a lot coming up. Belmont at the Big A next week. And as we celebrate July 4th, we've got a couple of nice stakes on the card, including the Grade 3 Victory Ride, which will go as race 8, field already drawn. And here it is. And a lot circling around the number 3, Emery, who is 3 for 4 in her career. And after that dominant maiden score at Saratoga, she was actually the one that was the favorite in the Grade 1 Frizette, won by Ultimate 2-year-old champion, just FYI, and she's been good coming back as a 3-year-old.
She's been very good, and maybe it was a little too much too soon in that Frizette, obviously facing a quality horse like Just FYI, but sprinting, she's been flawless.
Yeah, like we need another star in this 3-year-old sprint division for the fillies. we got Ways and Means. We've got her stablemate Almost Gone Rocket, and now Emery, who if you notice, we talked about it a little bit when I said I love the Jerkins. She's one of those horses that if she would have won that Frizette, she probably would have gone on to try to go a little bit longer. But she didn't. She got some time after that. She came back sprinting, and now she's going to just focus on these races. She's going to be tough based on what we've seen from her already in her lightly raced career.
Very impressive in the Leslie's Lady. Last time out, she'll look to get the first graded stakes win of her career in this victory ride on Thursday. Perhaps standing in her way, though, is a Phil Bauer trainee in Helena Sport, who does come in, and another one that won impressively. First time out, we saw her win the Ruthless here in February, and coming in off the back of a victory with a little bit of class relief back into graded stakes company now.
Yeah, and she gets the benefit of being drawn towards the outside, so she kind of looks to get a good trip because she has natural speed, but then it doesn't really force her into the race, and she's shown some versatility. I think she's a really nice daughter of Matoli. I loved her effort in the Ruthless.
Yeah, my thoughts about Helena's Forte are more about Phil Bauer. I just think he's an outstanding trainer. I think that because he works exclusively for Rigney Racing, there's not really, I think sometimes the conversations about him gets a little bit limited because he doesn't really have horses for other folks. But man, when he has a good one, he keeps them good, and they show up and they run big races. I remember his summer, a couple summers ago at Saratoga, he made a lot of noise.
Just absolutely everything he sent out, it seemed, was running. Taking a quick look at this field, and obviously it's just been drawn. We haven't really dove into it yet. Could be quite a bit of pace on. And as Jonathan mentioned, it looks like this is already a strong division, and this could add just another interesting layer, whereas the boys dirt sprinters, you're kind of waiting for somebody to take a step forward.
Yeah, and I think that happens from time to time. It feels like the Colts hold on to that two-turn hope a little bit longer than the Phillies do. And I'm sure that has something to do with the Roses on the first Saturday in May. But yeah, we're looking for someone to kind of step forward, but inevitably it comes around. It'll happen sooner than later.
Definitely exciting. We'll see what Emery and Helena Sport and the rest of that field in the victory ride can do on Thursday. Race 5 coming up at Monmouth Park, though, and we met the field, at Belmont at the Big A. It's coming up at both places, but first we'll take a look at these horses here in New York. This one, a 7-furlong main track starter allowance coming up, and pretty wide open on the board, though it is the 2 Print Track who is taking most of the money. As we get a paddock report from Maggie. Maggie, this horse, he just likes to win, doesn't he?
He does, and he's blistering fast. But in this race, I thought that possibly he would be a horse that got a little bit of pressure from horses like Magnolia Midnight and Gun Maestro. So let's talk about a horse who is coming to the circuit for the first time in Mailman Money for Kelly Breen. His last dirt race, well, it leaves little to be desired. But maybe Kelly's figuring him out and therefore hinting at the fact that he's doing better, so let's switch him back to the dirt, a surface in which he has run his fastest race and has been successful before. Physically, I don't see this horse being more inclined for one surface to the next. He truly is what his form would suggest. He's dually talented on either surface. He does look a little bit hot here in the back. Like I said, it's quite warm, or muggy, I should say. So therefore, I'm sweating as well. But I just wish he wasn't quite as hot and looked a little bit more fit. A horse that I am intrigued by is number 7 in here, Beach Walker from Michelle Giangiulio, and a reclaim for 10 Strike Racing. And Juan Carlos Guerrero trained this horse before, who Michelle Giangiulio, that is her uncle. Giving this horse a break has done him the world of good. He looks better all around. Michelle's changed his shoes. He's got glue on shoes now, which I think really will help him, Acacia.
Just about loaded in race 5 at Monmouth. We go right to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Here's voyaging 1 mile. Start of the Jersey Shore 6. We're ready to go. And let off. Just be honest, off a little bit tardily. Ike's Gamble sent for speed. Gran Yaco up there as well. Quismer parks himself outside in the 3rd position. Hold out, easing off heels going into the turn. He's pretty keen here. Hold out in the 4th position around the turn. Just be honest joins him. The slow starter has made up some ground after the bad beginning. Nimmo's next with Stately Order, and Tricolor can see them all as they approach the backstretch run. The leader here on the front end is Ike's Gamble. Ike's Gamble about a half length in front. Quismer to there the outside to press the pace. Hold out He was keen early. His rider's letting him run now. He's all the way into second on the outside to press the pace setter down the backstretch. Grand Yakko back in the 4th spot within 3 lengths of the lead. A gap of 2 to a trio of runners. Stately Order just beyond us down at the rail. And a 3-deep Nimmo now sent along with a half mile to go. Gap of 5 to Tricolor, who is still well out of it into the far turn. Hold out, really putting up a strong challenge to Ike's Gamble, who's pushed along to keep pace. Hold out with the lead and starts to inch away from Ike's Gamble, who's back in second. Hold out, sent hard now on the lead, but he's the front runner approaching the quarter pole. Grand Yakko under the stick. Ike's Gamble attempting to re-rally on the inside. He's fighting hard as they come off the turn. Hold out with a head lead, but Ike's Gamble will not go away. Grand Yakko's there. Here comes Stately Order from the back of the field. Grand Yakko takes the lead away from Ike's Gamble, and Hold Out, who drops anchor. Outside, Stately Order into second. It's Grand Yakko with the lead. Stately Order a little bit green. Now he straightens up, but Grand Yakko's still in front, and Grand Yakko wins it by a length and a tail. Stately Order was second, third across the line. Tricolor way out the center of the track, and then Ike's Gamble.
Grand Yakko with the win on the drop-in class for trainer Juan Avila, and has to feel good getting that first win of the meet. Back over to New York. Horses stepping on at the track for the 5th Belmont at the Big A will meet the field starting off with the 1. Speed from the inside, Magnolia Midnight.
Speed from the inside, going a mile, set legitimate fractions there, turns back an 1/8 of a mile.
We know his game, Print Rack. He's got speed as well.
Yeah, this is a horse I think is really interesting in here. Has been running extremely well in his last few starts.
The 3 Market Alert will be closing.
More of the closing type for the Cantermazzis, who have Magnolia Midnight, who has speed. Another uncoupled entry that complement each other.
Big price on the 4 Golden Purchase.
Yeah, big price for a reason. Was running on the turf last time.
Here's the 5 Mailman Money, who Maggie was talking about as a new face.
Yeah, won on the turf last time, but has had success, as Maggie pointed out, on the dirt.
Also, speed of the party. Here's a Gun Maestro.
Yeah, what's that story like Cinderella, like the other shoe drops, the Cinderella thing? I feel like that's what's going to happen.
Shoes on the
here.
other foot?
Is that what it is?
I don't
the
know.
shoe, the pumpkin. Turned into a. This horse is going to turn into a pumpkin, is what I'm trying to say, Acacia. I'm over it.
I was wondering what shoes had to do with anything.
I thought Cinderella had shoes, didn't she?
Well, most women have shoes, yes, but yeah. The shoe was the key point of the story.
Yeah, shoes and pumpkins. I don't know. I just don't like the 6 is what I'm trying to tell you.
Let's get away from this. Maggie, help us out here at the 5th race.
Well, hold on. All I can say is I have similar Cinderella type shoes, so maybe that's a, I don't know. I don't like Gun Maestro, but, you know, maybe. Anyway, as we'll take a look at number 3, that is for the Cantermazzis, Market Alert. Now, Market Alert, I think, could work out the right kind of trip today. That's always a big question mark around these parts, though, because you never know who's going to go, who's going to wrangle a horse back, whatever. But at least it feels like there's speed, right? As you guys touched on. Obviously, Print Rack, he's the quickest of the quick, but it feels like he's going to have Magnolia Midnight as well as Gun Maestro breathing down his neck. So for me, Market Alert, I think, has actually run a little bit better than his last 2 races would suggest. I think last 2 back was strangled off of the pace, which was fairly quick, but I just thought he looked uncomfortable being down on the rail. He was trying to get out. And then last time it was a quick pace going the 6.5 on a sloppy racetrack in which he was completely out sprinted, but closed well down the middle of the racetrack late. Today, I think he'll hopefully sit behind that pace, and he looks great for the Cantermazzis, who have had him in their barn before. I just think today he might get the right setup at a distance that I know he's 0 for 10 at, but I just feel like the 7 furlongs could be perfect. And like I said, I am not against Print Rack in here. I love a horse that loves to win, but I never love him physically, so I can never really warm up to him. And also, I really think that using number 7, Beachwalker, would be a good option in here for Michelle Giangiulio, guys.
And he's a nice price at 15 to 1. Maggie, thank you to the outside on Beachwalker. As Maggie and we touched on in the post parade, there looks on paper like there should be a fair amount of pace in here. Print Rack, he's a cool horse. He wins a lot, but he's got one way of going.
I do feel like he maybe has just a bit more natural speed than some of the others. I think it's does boil down to what Maggie was talking about, intention. And Magnolia Midnight comes from the Cantermazzi, post one, Manny Franco's aggressive, and they have Market Alert, who's more of a closing type. So psychologically, that almost sets it up in other riders' minds that they're going to be aggressive, and maybe he's going to take on Print Track.
Yeah, I have no problem there. I mean, I think that you can make a case for the 1 and the 3 for the Cantermazzis as alternatives, but for me, to your point, I much prefer the 3 Market Alert. If the pace is slow and plays into the hands of the 1 Magnolia Midnight, then my opinion is the 2 Print Track is going to win.
Yes.
Now, if Magnolia Midnight and Print Track Ding Dong on the front end, as well as the 6 Gun Maestro, then I think it sets up for the 3 Market Alert. I've also, once upon a time, had a thing for Mailman Money. His last race was pretty good on the turf, but he's running on the dirt here today. But I've always kind of had a thing for that horse, so he's interesting as an alternative as well.
He's a cool horse and kind of a new face in here as well, which is often with horses like this, sometimes you like to see kind of a new face to shake things up a bit.
Absolutely. I think we are going to get a fairly quick pace here, though. I think the inside horse has to protect that inside position and at least come out trying for the lead.
See how it plays out. How fast will that early pace be? Race 5, Belmont at the Big A coming up. Here's Chris Griffin.
Beachwalker, last to load. Beachwalker goes in. All set. And they're off. Off very slowly there was Golden Purchase, the early trailer. Speed towards the outside from Gun Maestro, and hard center's Print Rack. And Print Rack right to the front with Magnolia Midnight ready to challenge towards the inside. Is now going to wait for room as the clear leader is the favorite in Print Rack. It's Print Rack who's in front. Gun Maestro stalking from second, patiently ridden here at the rail. For Manny Franco is Magnolia Midnight, then comes the green cap. That's Market Alert in between horses with Mailman Money right there is in a shared 5th position. Out very wide will be Beachwalker, is going to have a wide run as they move towards that far turn, and the trailer, Golden Purchase, 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Print Rack's got the lead. Here's Gun Maestro, ready to challenge, is back to within a neck of the lead. At the rail, Magnolia Midnight still waits for room, nowhere to go yet. Market Alert is ranging up on the outside here from 4th. 45 and 3, the half-mile time, all in as Beachwalker still wide. Then tailing off a touch Mailman Money, and the trailer still Golden Purchase. They approach the top of the stretch. Print Rack's still there. It's Print Rack who's in front. Challenging his Gun Maestro, and here comes Magnolia Midnight. Got off the rail, found that clear running room, and has the leader in sights. They're very far apart. Print Rack is game towards the inside. Magnolia Midnight trying to push on by. These two are noses apart, but they're well apart as they approach that final 16th of a mile. Print Rack, Romero Mirage just keeps finding on the front end, and Print Rack will win it. Print Rack wins it over Magnolia Midnight, Beachwalker, and Market Alert in 1 minute 22 and 3.
Print Rack, a game with the win. He's able to control in the front end, and what a cool horse. He picks up the 11th victory of his career.
11 for 28 now. He knows how to win, and he likes to win. And great job by Romero Mirage. He took the track away from Magnolia Midnight and was able to control on the front end. And when he felt him, he kicked on again.
Yeah, he's really gotten good. He's a really, really cool horse. You love to see these horses. Look, we love the maidens who run off the screen and go on to big stakes, but we like our horses as well that show up and win 11, 12, 13, 14 career races.
Very honest horse indeed. We're saying goodbye up here on the set. Greg Wolf and Andy Sterling will be taking over. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
but it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Belmont Futurity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of twirling candy.
Pinehurst lasted home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why NYRA is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The NYRA Foundation, supporting our community.
We continue with our live coverage on this Sunday afternoon of America's Day at the Races with Belmont at the Big A and Monmouth Park. And a new crew stepping in. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Good to be with you as we're underway now in this Pick 5.
Yeah, no, I'm glad to be here as well. We've moved post times up quite a bit. They're trying to make sure that any weather that might come through doesn't affect our races, as we do have 3 races on the turf in our last 4 races. You excited? Ready?
I am very excited. We got a big July 4th weekend. We'll preview some of those races coming up as well to close things out here next week. Looks very exciting as well. And then, of course, we all know what comes next off to Saratoga. Looked too good to be true. It wasn't. Print rack loaned speed, and the 7 furlongs was not an issue. Now 3 for 5 at 7/8.
Yeah, you know, the one didn't break that sharply, which obviously compromised his chances. When a horse like Print Rack is able to get away with a 23.11 first quarter, it basically becomes a 5 furlong race, and he's got an advantage. So he comes home in 59.5 seconds, and nobody's going to be able to catch a horse like Print Rack. And it's one of the reasons we often talk about how speed horses can frequently have a better chance at 7 furlongs than 6, is they often get away with a relatively tepid first quarter, and that's what happened here.
This horse likes to get his picture taken. 11 wins now, 28 starts.
He's gotten really, really good. He was kind of floundering going into Saratoga last summer, and then he won at Saratoga, and he's now won 5, 6, 7 races with 3 seconds in 10 starts. That's pretty remarkable when you think about it.
Honest horse, owned in part by Rudy Rodriguez, Michael Imperio, Romero Mirage aboard for the win. $4.60. Whoa, I just tried to adjust my seat and I fell all the way to the ground. Pays $4.60 for the win.
I like that. I think you should stay down there. It makes me feel a little better about all the situation. This horse was claimed for $12,500 on the first win of that streak, and they've kept him since then, and actually only ran him twice for a tag, 2 times for $32,000 after that. Both of them wins, but they've been running in the star allowance, and boy, are they milking it after having claimed him very, very intelligently for $12,500. It doesn't always work out, but in the case of this horse, it's worked out. A horse that's probably made close to $200,000 since they claimed him for $12,500. Greg, that's playing the claiming game about as well as you possibly can.
Yes, it is. That early pick 5, by the way, if you had it, congrats. That was a healthy return, over $8,700. Race 6 starts the late pick 4. We're on the grass, mile and an eighth. New York breds, first allowance condition coming up, and Liar's Poker. That was a pretty big comeback off a long layoff for Christophe Clement.
I tell you what, I scratched into him. One of my plays today was to take a shot with the number 10, BD Saints, who's not going to play today, and then I ended up scratching into the favorite. Now listen, it's not like Liar's Poker can't win. He ran very well off a long layoff. The thing is, he came back after a 1.5-year layoff. They dangled him for $40,000. Nobody bit, and he ran a career best race, so now they can try the non-winners of 1 against the New York breds, and he's a heavy favorite looking at multi-race bets, 8-5 on the board. I just couldn't come up with a strong case against him in here after the scratch of BD Saints.
He looks tough. I mean, if you think he'll repeat that race, everyone else is going to have to take a big step forward, it seems. Dylan Davis will take over for Joel Rosario right there. ABR race of the week happened yesterday. Obviously, all that attention on Deterministic. Gotham winner earlier this year to see if he would take to the grass, and he had the pedigree for it first time on the lawn. But this was Neat's story yesterday in the Manila.
Neat was able to get that good position and able to take advantage of it. And he's pretty good. I mean, he's been consistent throughout his career. Shockingly, it's the first time he's run in New York, despite being trained by Rob Atras. Now, Rob was saying he couldn't come up with an excuse for his last race where he didn't seem to run very well at Churchill. And I disagree with him. He was 3 and 4 wide around the racetrack that day. And if you look at the turf race at Churchill on Derby Day, horses that saved ground were really at a big advantage. So he was compromised in his last start and able to get it done here with a very good trip. I'll tell you though, deterministic, I think you have to be encouraged by his loss in there in the sense that, first of all, he showed up. Christophe Clement feels like he's a horse that can be better with more distance, and I think he showed that could well be the case in this race. So while Neat was the story, there's Neat, there's Next, there was Nest, it's a little confusing. I think Deterministic ran well also in here, and it'll bode well for these two horses, though I imagine that Neat will come to the Hall of Fame at a mile, whereas perhaps Deterministic will stretch out in the Grade 1 Saratoga Derby.
Yeah, it sounds like they want more ground for Deterministic. He continued to switch leads throughout in the stretch as well. We'll see if he can kind of sort that thing out and was past the wire, continuing to move on. So maybe with more ground, maybe that's the difference.
Yeah, and
ran good over the grass.
Yeah, and this is a division that needs a little perking up, frankly, because we just aren't seeing the fast performances out of the boys that we're seeing out of the girls. So I think this is a step in the right direction, but I still think right now the fillies, the 3-year-old fillies, are better than the boys, and not just 1 or 2 of them.
Good story, though, Neat, for Rob Atras. He has a very nice horse here, and he's done a good job with this one. 5 for 7 now on the lawn, and you're probably right. He said yesterday, in the post-race interview, probably wants to keep this horse at a mile, maybe to a mile and 16.
I think one of the things about Rob is he's a very realistic trainer. He's not looking to put his horses in spots where they don't belong, and I think you'll see him follow away. And at a certain point, you have to take a chance at a certain spot. But right now, I think you're supposed to run Neat in races like that, and he's going to go into a $500,000 like the Hall of Fame. He could be the favorite in there. That's not a bad position to be in.
We're going to step aside for a timeout. We'll get into the pick 4 when we come back on the turf. 1 1/8 coming up next. And Miracle Mike, see what he can come up with for the Tom Worley barn. Eric Cancel will ride, 2-time winner already on the lawn. Last time on the grass, he was a winner. Back with you on America's Day at the Races. This place will be rocking on July 4th. Nathan's hot dog eating contest, the Cyclone.
I have a question. How long does the stuff stay open in the fall? Because I think you and I should go there someday on the day off. Because I've never
Coney
been.
Island.
Yeah.
You've never been? Oh, that's right. You did
It's
mention
embarrassing.
that.
It's easy for you because you could get the F train right by where you live, right? And the F goes there.
What are you doing on Wednesday?
Probably packing. Wednesday's
Get a little packing
tough.
in, go down for a couple hours. I'll join you.
Wednesday's going to be tough. It's a tough week.
I tried.
I know you did. You did. And I appreciate that.
6 in Monmouth.
Means a lot.
6 furlong state-bred allowance optional claiming field. And Sadie Baby, along with my 2 Sophias, the 6 and 7 right next door, dominating the board here as we start off with the 2.
The Tiger Lily gets a rider change, which I think could be interesting.
6-1 right now for the Tony Wilson barn. Lassie's Notion, turf to dirt.
Yeah, gets back, cuts back in distance as well. A horse that could be going to need a little pace up front.
Get some pace with this horse, the 4.
Yeah, I'm not sure in this field because there are some other speeds in here coming off a layoff. Long layoff. Wow.
More speed with Proud Mule, 6-1.
And another layoff, but I always pay extra attention to those Dan Ward horses. He's hit the board 2/3 of the time.
My 2 Sophias is undefeated, 2 for 2, and has speed as well.
And as the speed drawn outside the other speeds, people love undefeated horses.
8-5 makes a nice appearance here, Sadie Baby.
Do you know my cat was named Sadie as a kid? So maybe I should be betting this horse.
I would. I believe in hunch
cat.
plays.
Yeah, I get the cat.
I like
play.
hunch plays at prices better though than 8-5.
Do you like cat plays, hunch plays that involve around pets?
I do.
Okay.
4 being attended to. Let's go to Paulie for more.
Yeah, guys, the 4 horse in here, Carrots Forever, was taken behind the gate immediately. Now, I didn't know if that was regularly what really happens with this horse. I don't know if they're adjusting the saddle or not, but Melissa Iorio got off the horse and, right behind the gate. And when I looked at the horse's PPs, the horse is a rocket ship out of the gate. It's been actually a really good gate horse. So I think they're just adjusting the girth there a little bit and getting the saddle ready there for Melissa. I think that's why she got behind the gate, to get some help from some of the outriders out here. So when you look at this race, the 2 outside horses, the outside fillies, like Andy said, the 6 is undefeated. And we were walking over here, my cameraman, Gabe, and myself, we literally were talking to Paco Lopez, and I said, Paco, how come you're off the 6? You went 2 for 2 off the 6, and you're on the 7, Sadie Baby. And he just looked at me and said, listen, my boss's choice. So you never really know what goes into a lot of this. And Patrick McBurney, obviously a great trainer, and him and Paco are only 5 for 11 this year together. So they're very, very dangerous. But, and Gregory Sacco does use Sammy Camacho. So I don't know if you want to read much into it. I do think the 7's a better proposition than the 6. I kind of like the 4 in here, Carrots Forever. If she's okay at the gate, this daughter of Sea Wizard, we've seen these New Jersey breds by Sea Wizard just be lightning fast for Eddie Owens Jr. In the way she breaks, I think she's going to be the speed threat in here. I'm hoping everything's okay. The camera has not gotten back on her, whether they've gotten the girth ready on her or not. And there she is. She's back there just chilling now. So it looks like Melissa is aboard the 4. So I'm going to go with the Hollycrest Farm Runner, Carrots Forever, for a little surprise. But I think the 7's a way better proposition than the 6.
Love the way she looked, too. Sadie Baby, who is a slight 9-5 favorite as we get another look there at Carrots Forever with Melissa Iorio aboard, coming off back-to-back wins. And coming off a layoff, though, too. That was back the end of 2023, so 4-year-old debut for this one ahead.
It's just I am fundamentally opposed to betting horses unless they're big prices, and this one is a pretty big price and rates to go higher looking at the fixed odds to betting horses coming off long layoffs, and this would be one of them, though the trainer is obviously having a very, very good meet so far.
36%. Let's go back to my 2 Sophias. There's the 6, and take a look at the win. Not just 2 for 2. Wins the debut, July 2023. Off for almost a year, 10 months. And comes back and wins even easier then she won the debut.
And I would have probably played against her that day, and she would have made me look bad because she improved off that race. She still obviously hasn't run anything particularly fast, but she's run fast enough to compete with these. Sadie Baby's taking a lot of money because she's been running against better horses when she's running against the dirt. She does get a bit of a class test with a horse like that outside of her, but even the two to Tiger Lily, who faced better horses as well in her last start.
So My Two Sophia's, that was off a long time away. Now she can try and build off that comeback. See if she can remain perfect. Sam Camacho there for the Gregory Sacco barn. He's having a solid meet as well, winning at 20%.
Yep. Greg Sacco horses are going well. He's been training for, well, he's actually on his own, but he's also been training the horses, I guess, for the Brunetti horses for many, many years. Red Oak, is that what it is? Red Oak, yeah. Many years, including horse whose name escapes me now, he had for years, and then Todd Pletcher ended up training him. But now that I have some water, I think my head is going to get much clearer.
Is it chilled?
Chilled enough for me, Greg.
Okay.
It's wet.
We talked about Eddie Owens, too, the trainer of the 4. It's incredible, the meet he's having at this point, the year he's having. But 36% at Monmouth, 24% on the year.
Mind control, thank you. Yeah, he's having a great year. He has that pretty good horse. What was that? Was that a bat?
Something just fell on our desk. I didn't see it either.
I'm not sure I want to know what it was.
I'm not going to look over.
There's nobody here to throw
front.
Anything at us. Not that.
That was strange.
Yeah, he owns trains the Seahorse, who's been very good, obviously. Streak. Thank you for that. Our producer's actually helping me out. Mind Control is the horse that Gregory Sacco horse won the Hopeful with, and then won the Alan Jerkins with. A little off my game.
7-5 favorite there in the background. Sadie Baby. Cut back in distance. Turf to dirt. Paco Lopez, who'd ridden My Two Sophia's the 6 to both her victories, winds up on the 7 instead today. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Sadie Baby. Here's Sadie Baby. We're ready to go. And they're off. Proud Mule walked out of the gate, spotted the field about 4 or 5 lengths. Carrots Forever steps on the gas, takes control of things. D-Tiger Lily on the inside, matching her. Sadie Baby right off of them, about a length back in the 3rd position. Lassie's Notion next in the 4th spot down in the rail. My Two Sophia is farther off the pace than usual, drops to the back. Proud Mule just past her. Proud Mule all the way into 4th now, within 2 lengths of the lead and a half mile to go. Carrots Forever leads the parade into the far turn. A tightly clumped up field here, goes into that turn, and it's still Carrots Forever. A neck in front. On the outside, Sadie Baby turning up the pressure, and Proud Mule from last has made a run towards the leaders 3 deep. My Two Sophia is getting into the race now. There she goes on the extreme outside, is going to be caught 4 or 5 wide coming off the turn. Behind them, D-Tiger Lily saving ground, cutting the corner at the top of the lane. Carrots Forever off the turn, leaving the rail open for D-Tiger Lily if she's good enough. Sadie Baby has dropped anchor. She's done. My Two Sophia is not picking up the pace, and on the inside, D-Tiger Lily rode the rail to the front and shook 4 ahead. D-Tiger Lily with a runaway win. D-Tiger Lily at 6-1. Nice effort. My Two Sophia's battled hard to get 2nd. Lassie's Notion 3rd. Carrots Forever 4th.
D-Tiger Lily with the win for the Tony Wilson barn. And a 3rd career win, 6-year-old mare by DeFunnybo in the victory.
Drop in class and a significant rider change, and it ended up being an easy win at 6-1.
Back to New York, start of the late pick 4. There's King Freud here, 1 1/8 on the grass coming up.
It feels like he could be the speed in here. A horse that hasn't run terribly in his turf races.
3-2 favorite off that big comeback for Christophe Clement. Here's Liar's Poker.
Got a good trip that day, but he's poised to get another good one here. I ended up scratching into him.
David Donkin, a first out winner, Tennis Trotter.
Well, you missed the wedding at 26-1 last time. She could not have gotten a better trip, but she could always improve off her maiden win.
Miracle Mike at 4-1 for Tom Morley.
May need some help up front. This horse is a major player, but does not have any speed.
Clear Conscience, I thought interesting in here for Lisa Lewis.
Yeah, getting back to the turf, first time for Lisa. I have a bit of a thing against this horse, but there are things to recommend.
Second to Spirit of St. Louis. Socks for daughters, Katie Davis.
Yeah, 1 of 2 for Jackie Falk in this race. Looks to be in a tough spot first time on the turf.
You can say the same for Dolly's Bank.
Yeah, at least this horse has turf form to go on, but it's just not good enough.
American Grant's got a couple of efforts, a little improvement, could be in the mix.
I agree, and has gotten some ridiculous wide trips recently as well.
Topic changer off since May of last year for Mike Maker.
You always love a jumper off a 14-month layoff. Maybe getting ready for the jumps in Saratoga.
Could be.
Big jump owner now, Jordan Wyckoff.
Gold Templar, 1 bar shoe again.
The other one for Jackie Falk. No turf pedigree that I could really find, though Bull Toros does okay.
And that's your field here for this New York bred first allowance condition race. It's all about Liar's Poker, according to the betting public, the 2. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, and we'll start right there with him, and certainly complimented when the second place finisher Mauritius came back, ran 1 buyer point speed figure less with an 80 in his next start, controlling on the front end, which is his gig. But Liar's Poker went and got him that day to get the win for 40. But while it was a very long time away from the race, is that 1.5-year layoff, they were willing to dangle him for the 40. Nobody bit. I mean, understandably so, but I thought he looked ready for that comeback, but also looked as though he could strengthen. So you always wonder, are they just cranked up to get the job done off the layoff, and will they regress a bit second time out? At least physically, I don't see that with Liar's Poker. He's actually strengthened up and put on conditioning coming out of that effort. So I think he does, as the public has nailed him as the 8-5 favorite. He does make a lot of sense as so. Moving on to number 5, Clear Conscience. I am the flip side of Andy, that I've always kind of liked this horse, just at least physically. I get where he's coming from, given his form, and that he hasn't ever really, taken a step forward. But it's the first time that Lewis is going to have him on the turf, and he is all turf meant, and he looks fantastic overall. So he's going to be my pick in here. I couldn't resist him. He definitely physically looks best. And then, yeah, Topic Changer, the horse who did win too on over the jumps. It's kind of odd. I was expecting to look up and think that he's 7 years old. No, he was running over hurdles as a late 3-year-old and 4-year-old. You don't often see that. They're usually not that young when they're doing so. But he looks great here, and he's been preparing with Mike Maker. We do see Jordan Wyckoff and Three Diamonds Farm. They tend to use Kerry Bryan, the former trainer, and Mike Maker somewhat interchangeably at times. But it feels like this horse has been, since coming off the layoff, been pointed to come back in a flat race. He looks great. He looks as fit as you possibly could have him. He's grown. He's more athletic and streamlined, now listed as a new gelding. I'm assuming he was. So we'll see what he does here. Obviously, a tall task off the bench, but definitely looks ready, Greg.
9-1 for Topic Changer. Thank you, Maggie. Kendra Carmouche gets the call there. As we get set for this pick 4 ahead, 9-5, Liar's Poker. Public expecting more of the same what we saw last time from him.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I didn't really like him last time, and he surprised me, and once again, I scratched into a favorite, which is nothing you ever really that excited about. He ran well enough to win that day. I get where Maggie's going with the 5. I think both of you think this horse is better than I do. I've always thought this horse was opportunistic, but I can understand liking her in here. If you don't like Liar's Poker, the 3, 4, and 5 are the logical other places to go. I would never take the 9 off the layoff going here. Probably a horse prepping for stretching out and jumps, but we'll see.
Here's the favorite stepping in with Dylan Davis. Silks of Waterville Lake Stables, homebred for them, trained by Clement. Start of this pick 4. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Grant goes in. Topic Changer. Also Clear Conscience. Gold Templar to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Gold Templar breaks well from the far outside. Dolly's Bank is hustling along, and the orange cap is in between horses. Down towards the inside is Liar's Poker is in the early mix, and Miracle Mike now emerges. Miracle Mike has got the lead. Down towards the inside, Liar's Poker, moderate tempo early. These two are now head and head. Going to save ground towards the inside is Tita's Trotter, is tracking in the third position. To the outside of that rival comes Dolly's Bank. Well settled into fifth, that's Clear Conscience. To the outside of King Freud, who's now going to take the sixth spot. There in seventh is Topic Changer, and in behind them, that's Socks for Daughters, who's going to be in eighth. Gold Templar broke with the leader, second to last, and the trailer, American Grant. Two-way battle for the front. Liar's Poker and Miracle Mike, and they go at it. They're 1-2. They are 4 lengths clear. From the rest is trying to move forward. There is Tita's Trotter is to the inside here of Dolly's Bank in the orange cap, and Clear Conscience is now 3 wide in that second group. In behind them, moving forward is Topic Changer, now has some forward momentum. The inside of that rival's King Freud. From the back, American Grant has now launched the rally, wants to move up closer to the pace setters as they've got less than a half mile to go, and they work into the far turn. Liar's Poker is still there. Miracle Mike continues to challenge towards the outside. These two head and head into that turn. Clear Conscience is now under drive, is 3 wide. At the rail is going to be Tita's Trotter as they get set to reach the top of the lane. The battle continues up front. Miracle Mike and Liar's Poker, they still go at it. Clear Conscience is trying to make up some ground. Same can be said for Topic Changer, but the front two continue to duke it out, and they haven't caught him yet. Now Clear Conscience and Javier Castellano straighten up, and they're now launching and lifting on the grandstand side. Liar's Poker's back in front. Liar's Poker's got the lead. Liar's Poker almost there. Late push here, Clear Conscience. Liar's Poker guts it out. Liar's Poker gets the victory over Clear Conscience, and oncoming late rally there from Topic Changer, and Miracle Mike finish 4th.
Liar's Poker had to deal with Eric Cancel and Miracle Mike throughout the running of this race, and then he found more in the stretch.
Yeah, and we don't know. We don't have any posted time, so I don't know how quick the pace was, and don't think it was that fast, but they did put enough distance between themselves and the others. Perhaps they were going fast enough. The number 5, Clear Conscience, almost able to take advantage of that and get up for the win. I give Eric Cancel a lot of credit on Miracle Mike. This is a horse who has never shown any speed, but I think he realized early there was no speed. He had to have the horse in the game, and when the other speeds didn't go, them being King Freud or Dolly's Bank, and the 2 finds himself in the lead, I think Eric had to sort of I don't know, what's the word, ad-lib from there. That's not the right way to put it, but...
very heady ride.
By saying, I got to put my horse in the game, because if Liar's Poker is allowed to just waltz the front end, then I have no chance. So maybe it cost him second, but I'd rather have a rider cost me second trying to win than not even make any attempt whatsoever to win the race, and that's what Eric did. And I give him a lot of credit, even though he didn't win the race. He gave his mount its best chance, and I like to see that, especially from Eric, who's a good rider when he's aggressive. But Liar's Poker just too good at the end.
Dylan Davis, Liar's Poker, with the win, back-to-back victories now after a long time away for the Christophe Clement barn, the homebred for Waterville Lake Stable.
You getting excited for Topic Changer in a jump race maybe going forward?
Yeah,
a good prep
productive
there.
comeback, right?
Good 4th, yeah. I think, I'm not sure exactly, and I'm friendly with Jordan, but I think the running in the jump races, he likes doing it, I think, as a Zad in some races, but I think it also has something to do with maybe a family, married into a family down in Camden, so there's something to do with that as well, and had some fun running down there. And listen, they love the game, and we love people that love the game.
2, 5, 4, 9, 7-5 favorite. Liar's Poker now back-to-back victories off the bench for the Clement barn. Dylan Davis guides this one to victory. Prices set up the 7th when we come back.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the storied Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Irish Hill Century Farm in Stillwater has grown to 450 acres. Expansion demanded by mare owners.
Got the Saratoga water. You know, we have the minerals. It's on sandy ground, and underneath there that water's got everything in it that you want.
And mare owners want the farm stallions. Kentucky Derby and Preakness winner Big Brown.
And his babies, they run just like him. He adds leg, body. If you need improvement, Big Brown's going to do it.
King for a Day is by emerging sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Lookin' at Lee earned his spot on the roster by finishing second in the 2017 Kentucky Derby. War Dancer's offspring have earned more than $5 million. Warrior's Charge is a son of Munnings, who notched 2 Grade 3 wins on his way to earning more than $1 million. And everyone's waiting to see if the handsome son of American Pharaoh, Waiting, produces the kind of speed he himself displayed as a 2-year-old in training. The stallion roster is a joint operation between Irish Hill and Duchess Views Farm.
And we decided to merge the stallions, put them under one roof and co-manage them together. And it's worked out great. We're saving the owners a lot of money, and we're getting more mares to the stallions.
Beginning with the 2023 breeding season, the partnership expanded to include multiple Grade 1 winner Mind Control, who stands at Rock Ridge Stud in Hudson.
Lorray and I and Rick Burke at Irish Hill and Jerry Belinsky have been talking about doing this for years, and he came along and it just gave us the impetus to do it.
To learn more about the New York Bred program, go to nybreds.com. You're New York bred, right?
No, New Jersey bred.
What?
I'm like open mind.
I didn't
Welcome,
know
Dano.
this.
Yeah, I was born in Princeton Hospital.
Wow.
It took me, you got to
I'm more New York than you are.
You got to prep for New York. It's hard to be, you got to start slowly. And I started in Jersey, and I moved my way up.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting. I learn new things every day on this program. I feel like we've been living a lie with you.
Stuff. I have. I've been hiding it from you, Greg. You caught me.
Liars Poker, back-to-back wins, again, off the long time away. Gets through this New York bred A other than allowance for Christophe Clement with Dylan Davis.
And Christophe is thinking, man, I'm glad he didn't get claimed when I dropped him in for 40, because not only win that race, he gets a non-winners of 1 here. Now might be the time to put him back in claiming races, however, Christophe, because I don't know how much better a situation you're going to get than this field. This kind of pace scenario, though, who knows what the pace was, because we have no times. I'm sure someone will make them up a little bit later, but he got the job done here. But I credit Eric Ansell for a very heady ride in the 4, because he did what a rider is supposed to do, which gave his mount the best chance to win, even though it didn't work out.
Yeah, no question. Terrific job there, although it does not wind up in victory, but he did everything he could. 2-5-4 finish here in the 6th, Belmont at the Big A, race 7. We remain on the turf. And it's a New York bred maiden special weight. Mile and a 16th, and certainly Mission Hill going to take a ton of attention in this spot here for Belmont. Blinkers on, second back off the bench.
Maggie feels the blinkers are going to be a great addition for him, and maybe she'll be right. I've had enough of this horse getting perfect trips and not getting it done, and I'm going to hope that All Good here, who finished behind him last time with a little bit of a wider trip, maybe he really needed that start, and if he can get back to that race 3 back, I thought he could win here, and I'll take him as the alternative. A lot of money coming in for Win Dancer. And I got a question. Are we supposed to downgrade all of these horses, considering how the horse who won that race, Tedda's Trotter, was a no-show in the race we just watched?
Yeah, that was not...
But where do you go if you downgrade them, right? Because they're all coming out of that race pretty much.
More on this field, including the post-parade. When we come back from a short timeout, we will talk...
I don't know.
The roof's falling down
I
on us.
I heard a window break.
Preakness winner. What's next for Seize the Grave? D. Wayne Lucas said just wasn't himself. Belmont Stakes Day. We'll tell you where he's headed next when we come back.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This is coming up at Saratoga. Jockeys versus Horsemen charity basketball game. Always fun. John Wallace, former Nick, part of it last year, who we had on set. He was tremendous.
He had a height advantage.
He had a big game.
Kind of unfair, his little height advantage. I have heard that Manny Franco is the man in this game.
Oh, he is.
You can see with that move.
He's incredible.
Yeah. Mitch Levitas tried to guard him. I heard he just couldn't stop him.
That's why Mitch is on crutches right now. Manny's a real athlete. Who's wearing the Klarvich Stables jersey?
I don't know, but I like
on.
that. I like that. I like that. Team Klarvich. I think
trying to get some mounts while you're out
got
there.
a little dub there for Manny.
It's always fun.
The mounts, yeah.
I gotta try and get to that game this year.
It's
just
down
always
the street,
a blast.
You know, it's just past the 5 points. For people that don't know where it is, it's if you head down Lincoln Avenue, which is where Ciro's is outside the entrance, and you head down Lincoln before you get to this, actually the cemetery. Before you get to the cemetery, it's there towards the right. And a fun event. Yeah, for a great cause as well.
Absolutely.
I think the PJF is involved this year with the chaplaincy and, you know, both great causes as well, but also a lot of fun. Except you have to put up with Mitch. That's about it.
Thursday, August 1st is when that happens, so that'll be a lot of fun. If you can be there, be part of the action. It's always a great night. Get there. And I want to remind everyone, too, with Saratoga coming up, don't miss a race this summer. Guarantee yourself Traverse Day admission by securing your Saratoga season pass today. Pass is just $95 and grants you access to the grounds for all 40 days of the meets. Call 844-NYRA-TIX or go to the box office by Gate A to purchase. We know someone else is going to be there this summer, and he doesn't need to purchase the season pass. Preakness winner sees the gray for Dwayne Lucas. Not his day on Belmont Stakes Day. He's planning to return, probably, Dwayne says, in the Haskell.
One thing about Dwayne, he doesn't want to skip a dance. He does not sit in the sidelines. We'll see what he does. I think the problem for him going forward is he's a speed horse. And while it worked out for him in the Preakness, and he caught a wet track that day, it seems like, is it me or are a lot of the better 3-year-olds seem to be forwardly placed horses this year, right? I mean, really, Todd's horses, Fierceness, obviously, Mind Frame, these are forwardly placed horses. Now, I think Tuscan Sky can probably rate a little bit, but
Sierra
he's one of
Leone
the front.
comes well out of
Sierra
it.
Leone rates, but I mean, you think about Batten Down, who stepped forward and won the Ohio Derby, did it in the front end. Certainly, I get his name wrong every time. The Klarovich runner that won here the other day. Unmatched Wisdom.
Okay.
I'm always thinking something else.
Yeah,
Unmatched Wisdom is a forwardly placed horse as well. It just seemed Dornock is they're not going to rate him, and then they're right not to. I mean, his good races are in the front, and his bad races aren't. So it feels like we're going to have sort of tough paces in some of these races, and see if the strong can survive them.
He was back breezing on the 22nd of this month at Churchill Downs, and then, it sounds like Haskell. Jim's Dandy's still a possibility, but it sounds like leaning Haskell. And, Dwayne, who won the Haskell back in 1995 with Serena Song, champion 3-year-old filly. So has some history in this race.
The filly, she was, you would have loved her. She's a little before your time. She was as good as it gets. She really was remarkable. I remember a tough beat that she took. I think Mahogany Hall was the horse that ran her down in the Whitney the following year, but she was an amazing, amazing runner, running against the boys quite frequently. I think she ran the Jim Beam, which became the Jeff Ruby Stakes now.
Okay.
I think she ran in that as a 3-year-old.
So we have that to look forward to coming up this summer. Then, Haskell runners moving on to the Travers. See what happens in that 3-year-old division that's so wide open right now. This 7th race here in New York, again, on the turf, mile and a 16th for New York breds trying to get that maiden score in Mission Hill. Second back off a lengthy layoff, had the lead in the stretch, and the first back off the bench for Belmont, and got tagged late by, as you mentioned, Tedis Trotter, and there he is. Blinkers come on today.
And he may well win. I'm not wildly against him. I picked him second. I don't see a lot of options in here. But this is a horse that has enjoyed one good trip after another. And people can say, well, he's a horse that put himself in good position. But when you get good trips every time and you keep losing, you run the risk of eventually they all get lousy trips. And you wonder, is he good enough to overcome a bad trip because he's not good enough to win with a good trip? So I'm not going to take him, and I'm going to hope All Good Here can improve second off the layoff.
All Good Here on your screen right now. It's a Christophe Clement runner who was 4th in that Tedis Trotter race where Mission Hill ran 2nd. Wind Dancer, the 2, ran 3rd that day. And about a length behind that one was this 3-horse. And that was a comeback for him off a long time away. He hadn't raced since Saratoga, July last summer.
Yeah, and that was a race where the long shot won, and the big long shot finished 3rd, both Dave Donk horses. And if you want to take horses that didn't run in that race, your options are fairly limited here as far as horses that make sense on paper.
To Monmouth, their 7th race starts their pick 4. And fillies, mares, which have never won 2. 3-year-olds get a little weight break in this spot.
I thought the 4 was a very interesting horse in here, dropping down, coming in from Delaware. He seems to be a very good price here. The bottom looks like the big favorite. I guess is logical, but comes off a maiden win in his 17th start. You really need to take under 2-1?
Yeah.
I'm taking Amaretta Brody, the 4.
Matt Dinnerman with the call. Amarati, the 4 for Andy, his selection.
Castellana to round out the field. Here's Castellana and Melissa Iorio. Go again. We're ready to go. And Lyra. Born for Greatness in the middle of the field broke sharply. They're lining up early. Castellana with a head lead. Here comes Army of Thoughts dashing forward and takes command and clears off. Army of Thoughts sprints to a 2.5 length edge early from a line of runners. Tavin's there with Amirati, who eases off those rivals. Castellana in the 3-path joins second with Tavin. Both rivals getting closer to Army of Thoughts, who only leads by a half length now. Amirati back in the 4th position. Born for Greatness joins her, and Bucket Lucky is at the rear of the field as they go into the forward turn. Army of Thoughts on the inside. Castellana lets it out. Castellana ran right by Army of Thoughts and kicks for home. Castellana getting to the rail and opening up a length and a half. Army of Thoughts in the 2nd position now. Born for Greatness in an all-out drive. Tavin being asked to pick up the pace. Buck and Lucky caught deep, still well out of it as they come off the turn. Castellana, her race to lose. She's increased the leading margin to 4 and a furlong left to go. She's still all alone. Tavin coming out of the crowd to take the 2nd position. Buck and Lucky rolling down the outside. Castellana in front by 2.5. The wire's coming, and she's going to get there by 2. Castellana wins it over Tavin, Buck and Lucky, and Born for Greatness.
First win on a fast track for that filly. She broke her maiden in the slop at Gulfstream back in March.
She ran a lot better than my selection. She won off the claim for Mario Saray, who's been having a big week and a big meeting. Myers may have been eased.
Back to New York. Look at the current odds as we close in on the post parade coming up for the 7th here. Belmont at the Big A. On this Sunday card, Mission Hill continues to get the support of the public here, the 9 at 6-5. We start with God Laughs for Ray Handel now. Dylan Davis.
A new trainer switched to Ray Handel and didn't do much running in one race on the turf. That was a sprint back in November.
Could be out in front, though, on the stretch out. Wind Dancer, 7-2, Javier Castellano.
Very good trip last time to finish 3rd, but it was the debut at almost 56-1, actually.
All good here. Christophe Clement, Trevor McCarthy.
I think this horse is a crazy overlay at this point at 6-1, considering how he's running his turf races. Makes a lot of sense.
Romero Mirage, blinkers going on, Tis the Prince.
And this horse was a bit wide in the last turf race, going out for Dave Duggan. Not impossible to price.
Only turf start Sorority Prank was sprinting 2nd start of his career.
And you could argue he's improved since then for Chris Englehart, so maybe he's not impossible.
Kevin Barnes still trying to get that first win with Sifredi.
And he's going to have to get a better performance out of this horse. Did no running at 65-1.
Z Dancer will stretch out.
You would think this horse will be forward, and Ruben Silvera usually goes. He could be the speed.
First-time starter for James Bond. So father and son going at each other. Me-Wise Magic.
Not a lot of turf pedigree in the dam side, and Frank Conversation, I believe, is not sired a turf winner yet.
Mission Hill. Here's the favorite with Junior Alvarado for Mott.
The public has a love affair with this horse. I'm not exactly sure why. Needs to get it done today, but I'm going to try to beat him.
And 6:45, Dan produced a pretty good one on the dirt attachment rate.
Maggie thought this one might be a little interesting as a long shot when we talked about the race earlier, despite acknowledging there's not a lot of pedigree to speak of. This horse taking some money, though.
2 minutes to post here in the 7th. Back with us downstairs, the MIG. Let's go to Richie.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll start down towards the inside with the 2. Wind Dancer was very good on debut, ran a terrific race. The race was won by another entrant from the Dave Donk barn. And listen, Dave's a terrific horseman, but his horses tend to get better with a race or 2 under their belt. And I like what I'm seeing from Wind Dancer. You get Javier Castellano here, he gets an inside draw. I think he's going to get a real nice trip, sit in that coveted pocket kind of spot. Horse that absolutely won me over on appearance, and I think makes sense on paper as well as the 3, all good here. This is a lot of horse here, this son of Palace Malice. Big, strong. He warmed up very aggressively, really got into the bridle under Trevor McCarthy, and ultimately he's going to be my top selection. And then your favorite looks fantastic here, the 9, Mission Hill. He adds blinkers, and I think it's a good thing. I think this horse lacks a little bit of focus. I think he got there last time and almost got a little bit lost when he hit the front. I think the blinkers could be a forward move for him, and he is your favorite. I think the most interesting thing about it, this horse is owned by John Cummings and Bobby Reinecker, and for people that don't know, Bobby Reinecker was a tremendous horseman, and he was head trainer for Green Tree Stable, the Whitney family, for many years before retiring, and one of the finest people I've ever met. I just think a big fan of him as a person and a big fan of him as a horseman as well. And I understand why this horse is the favorite, but I'll take 5-1 with the 3.
Stealing my picks again. I got to speak to that guy. I'm telling you, that MIG, I don't trust him. I mean, I don't understand how the three. I'm not saying that the number 3 horse is going to win here. All Good Here, but I don't understand why All Good Here is 5-1 now 9-2, and the 9 is even money. There's just this like assumption with the 9 that he's a better horse than he is. He's gotten very good trips and run fine. Maggie thinks the blinkers will help, and Maggie sort of, is an expert in those kind of things, but I don't care. I also don't think Maggie's going to tell you I'd take even money on him in here. There's just an expectation with this horse that I don't think he's shown on the racetrack. And with All Good Here, he didn't really get bet last time. It's almost like they knew he'd need a race. He was coming off of a 10-plus month layoff. It's a little wide in here. He didn't run badly. I thought he ran like a horse that probably needed the race. You see him in the pink moving into 4th right now. He was just a little sluggish, and he didn't get going until too late in the race. If he's able to run back to his prior turf race on June 23rd of last year, I think he's easily good enough to win. I wonder if a lot of people are looking and they're saying, well, Joel Rosario's not riding him and Trevor McCarthy. Okay, Joel's not here. So Joel didn't decide to not ride him, and if you don't think Trevor McCarthy's a good rider, you're just not paying attention.
Even money. Wow.
It's just too big a spread, right? I mean, I could see them being 8-5 and 3-1. But I don't understand why this horse is even money. I mean, a lot of it is the options in here are limited. I kind of get that. But, man, there's something that people are seeing in this horse that I'm not seeing, and maybe I'm wrong.
The upside alone on Wind Dancer, it's only his 2nd start.
Certainly could run better. He cannot get a better trip than he got in that race. I mean, he never left the fence.
See what happens here. Is today finally the day for Mission Hill? 3rd straight start. He's been sent off a short price favorite. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
And 6:45. Is in. All set. And they're off. Bit of a stumble there after the start. All Good Here. Broke fine, but then stumbled after the break. Speed from Sorority Prank right towards the front. Has got a challenge from Z Dancer to the outside, and these top 2 go into the turn together. Very tightly bunched in behind. There is Mission Hill, who's going to be a tracking 3rd. Is in between horses with 6:45 right there, and At the Rail God Laughs as they really slow things down. 6:45, and Manny Franco is a handful right now. Is 3 wide in that second group. That's the leading 5. Wind Dancer is At the Rail in the green silks, is now in the 6th position. Followed to the outside here from Tis the Prince, who's taken 7th. At the Rail in the purple cap, there's All Good Here, is now moving through. Ground saving journey. Safredi is going to be second to last, and the trailer, Me Wise Magic. They're in behind Sorority Prank, and Sorority Prank has got the lead, is up by a half length. Ready to challenge to the outside. Ruben Silvera there with Z Dancer, just patiently ridden here. These top 2 are now length in front of God Laughs, who's tightly at the rail. In between horses, Mission Hill, looking for a way out right now, is in between runners. Out wider there still is 6:45. They haven't changed the running order much, as All Good Here now gets the encouragement. It's going to circle God Laughs, is running right around this rival. Sorority Prank starts to back out of it. Z Dancer is the new leader. It's Z Dancer, but Mission Hill is ready to pound. 6:45 is right to the outside as well. These 3 across the course at the top of the lane, and Mission Hill's taking the lead. It's Mission Hill. Right there is 6:45, who is now on the grandstand side, and Z Dancer is still very game as they approach that final furlong. It's now Z Dancer who's really battled on, and Mission Hill has not pushed on by. 6:45 is trying to lift late. Can Z Dancer get there? It's still Z Dancer, 30-1 shot. Z Dancer gets the victory. Z Dancer wins it over 6:45, then Mission Hill, and Wind Dancer with a late rally.
Ruben Silvera on a 4-year-old who's 0 for 14, 0 for 4 in the money on the turf, and a 30-1 upset.
This one's a little tough to find. Now, you realize the exacta were 2 horses that did not come out of the Tietas Trotter race, and I think we might want to chalk that Tietas Trotter race as a massive negative key race at this point. And if you hadn't had enough of Mission Hill coming in this race, you've had enough of him here. How the heck did he not win here? I mean, Junior could not have gotten better position with him. He split horses here. The 10 was out in the middle of the no man's land the whole race. Frankly, the 10 probably ran the best race of anybody, and he's backing up at the finish. If Mission Hill couldn't win here, what maiden race is he going to win?
This horse had a couple of good races going longer on the grass.
He does.
Last year, he had not gone long on the turf since. They stretch them back out. Pays dividends here. 7-10, 9-2 at a monster price.
We've had a funny day where we've seen their short prices or mostly are very big prices. In this case, some big prices. And listen, I wasn't clever enough to see it, but I'll tell you what, you need to stay away. We've seen enough evidence. That Tedda's Trotter race is turning out to be a bit of a stinker.
Yes, it is. 4-year-old by War Dancer springs a massive upset.
The horse I liked was bad. I'm not defending that selection, but Mission Hill. I mean, how did he not win? What price was he at top of the stretch?
30-1 shot, holds off even money. He doesn't even wind up second, backs up to third in here. 7-10, 9-2, Z Dancer. Some fireworks ahead of the big weekend. Stay with us.
And he turns it on with an eighth of a mile to go. Express train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Back with you in our Fox Sports 2 Sunday coverage. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. 30-1 shot, Z Dancer. If you are alive with this one, 2 legs to go. Good luck. Ruben Silvera on a 4-year-old son of War Dancer.
Yeah, getting the job done here in a game ride, and Ruben is an aggressive rider. It definitely helps him out. Unfortunately, no posted fractions for this race again. I'm not sure what the issue is, but it doesn't feel like they were moving that much up front, but I don't care. Your Mission got an absolutely perfect trip. Junior, I don't know what more a rider can do to give his horse a chance to win. He doesn't want to win that horse, and interestingly enough, 2 horses out of a different race. Not a good trip for the 10, who was unlucky there. Frustrating loss for Manning and that horse in the connections. And if you bet
first time on the grass, yeah, for 645, winds up second. This is going to shake things up quite a bit.
No doubt.
$62 winner.
How about the Exacta? Exacta paid pretty strong. I don't hear anyone complaining that that one was too high.
$417 return for 30-1 over 8-1. So move on to race 8. Feature 7 furlongs main track in a first allowance condition race in St. Benedict's Prep. Big performance last time out for Linda Rice, and seems to be working well for the return.
Yeah, and the way Linda's horses are running, it's not going to be surprising this horse runs well again. It's not like she never had any ability. Obviously, she was beating an inferior field, but she beat them the right way. Cupid's Heart's going to be dangerous in here, and likely be interesting to see who is the favorite. I'm looking at big 3s and doubles. The 2, actually, St. Benedict's favor is Prep is favored in the multi-race bets. Cupid's Heart on her best race is the best horse in here. She is a little tough to trust, though I think breaking from the outside post helps her. She is a bit of a gate issue horse. Sometimes breaking the far outside helps for those horses.
Yeah, pitch clock, interesting one of a couple for Chad Brown in here. That last race, obviously things did not go well. There's a few starts back. That maiden win got a big number.
I agree, and for Chad to run her back this quickly after last race, I think it's fair to say that something went wrong, but nothing physically, because a lot of times they'll run that badly for the Chad Brown barn. You won't see them for a while. And I also think the one, Nikitas, getting back the dirt was dangerous. I picked her on top thinking she'd be a good price. This is not necessarily a 1 or 2 horse race. We'll see how it plays out.
Last time Nikitas was on the dirt, it was in a grade 3 in the forward gal. So turf to dirt, certainly could see her move forward. Let's take a look at St. Benedict's Prep and that dominant performance last time out. She won by more than 10 lengths back on May 24th.
Now, some can point the fact that Iris Jackson is the heavy favorite, ran poorly today to run third. She did get left, but she was also dropping off a cliff, and something may have gone wrong since the last race. She ran a very fast race off the claim for Linda Rice at Keeneland, where she's had a lot of success, including today's second winner. This horse lost the rider at a short price, but no problems winning here. And the 87 buyer is the best figure I think anybody has in this field. You see some 88 and 89 going back on the bottom horse. We'll see if that race holds up, though. She got a pretty good trip that day.
It was at 7/8 as well, so that's another positive in St. Benedict's Prep corner. This feature race, post-parade, when we return, as our coverage continues on Fox Sports right after this. We'll take a look, too, at a horse trying to go back-to-back in the Marathon Brooklyn. Next, the Specialist, back in action.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Get back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
Next is the leader by 2. Warrant giving chase in second as they pass the 3/16th marker. It is next, now in front by 3, now in front by 4. Then Warrant and Calibrate as they come on for the finish. It's going to be a front-running victory here in the 1.5 mile Brooklyn for Next. Next, the winner by 2.5 at the end.
Sort of by chance, this horse got his opportunity to go long on the dirt, a race that came off the turf, and ever since that happened, September of 22, he has been unstoppable, 6 for 7 since that time.
And you look at Mask Parade, who's coming back in this race. He ran in our Suburban at Saratoga and lost by about a length to Croupi. When he faced this horse his last time before that, he lost by 15 lengths. It just seems like he gets stronger and stronger as the other horses start to fade in these distance races. He loves the distance, and he's going to get 11 furlongs on Friday. But tougher race with Croupi in there and
Good luck.
Yeah, I know.
He's fun to watch. He's won 4 in a row. Multi-winners of the Brooklyn. Well, Coit, Forgo, Assault. That's a pretty good list there.
Yeah, that's a pretty strong list. Yeah. McCoy, you would have loved a Coit. Great horse from New England. He ran against some very good horses, and he was competitive with them.
Next, trying to join that elite list of superstars. And this is who will line up against him. So Mask Parade going to take another shot. Drake's Passage. Wow, aggressive.
I agree. Take a shot.
Like
he should be the speed in there. He shouldn't have a problem with the distance. Not sure where else they can go with him at this point. See if he can be effective these longer distance. I like being aggressive. He'll be in front, but Next is a tough customer.
4 straight wins. And that was off the bench, too, when he won that Isaac Murphy by 11+ lengths with a 105 buyer. So if he gets stronger off that,
I mean, the connections they're talking about maybe trying the Jockey Club Gold Cup, the Grade 1, which is going to be Sunday of Labor Day weekend this year. We'll see him probably in the Birdstone, 1 3/4 miles. But I could see taking a shot in there. Keep in mind, he's a gelding, so the impetus to run in these bigger races is only for money and glory, which is a lot, but it's not to make him a stallion. They've done the right thing with this horse, and they've been rewarded with it.
Race 8 at Monmouth coming up next. Look at the current odds. 2-turn mile, 25,000 starter allowance. Jersey Perfection and Pando taking the majority of the money. Let's go to Paul.
Yeah, and this will start off your late pick 3 here, Greg. And it looks like Pando is going to be the one to beat, at least in my eyes, and here for Lindsey Schultz and Paco Lopez. This is a horse that actually got out of the non-winners of 3 lifetime level at Oaklawn Park. First off the claim for Lindsey Schultz. And then she's, tried some little tougher spots in starter allowance races at Churchill Downs. Now she comes back here with this gelding, and I think going to be really tough to beat. The one concern I do have, I don't remember before, but he's a little heated up. He's a little washy. Now the sun has come out, and you can see, there's a couple other horses that are getting a little bit worked up as well. So the 4 is a little washy, but maybe that is him. 9 to 5, I don't know if you're going to get that. I think that's a decent price. The 2 Jersey Perfections coming off 2 straight wins in a row is in very good form, obviously. Sammy Camacho looking for another one. And a horse that's tactically pretty good. I mean, won at 40 cents on the dollar, then came back and crushed at 12 to 1. So I can understand why the public's going to those 2 horses. Like the 2 horses that are coming off, decent races. What I don't get is why the money's going to the 5. And, this is a horse that hasn't won in 2024, and you got to go all the way back to early 2023. The horse is 0 for 7 here at Monmouth. I just don't see. I know the numbers are okay. I don't see that there, and I think the overlay is the 3. I'm not going to try to pronounce that at all. But the fixed odds has this horse about 6 to 1, and this horse, I get it, 2 for 31 lifetime, but I think has a better resume than the 5. Although I just think the 4 is going to be really tough to beat in here if she hasn't lost a race in the post parade, Greg.
See what happens here. 3-2 favorite Pando. The 4 Paul against Amity Road. And yeah, I believe the 3 pronounced Aguera Mi Si Puedes.
You can go home now. Your work is done. You've clearly done your job for the day. Pando's probably going to be closer to even money by post time. I'm not sure he shouldn't be a heavy favorite near coming in from Churchill for Lindsey Schultz. I agree with Paulie. I don't get with the public season Amity Road, though he may drift up a little bit from there as Pando drifts down. I didn't see the 3, but when Paulie sees something that I don't, he's often right.
Yes.
I'm not ready to toss
the 5 just yet. It was a sprint comeback. Horse actually had some big figures to go back to, but he had not necessarily going longer. So I see what he's going with there. This is a difficult race. Do you see Pando deserving to be 6-5?
6-5, no. But the thing that Pando has is good figures going longer. And who has the good figures? Well, DePoli's run okay the 6, but those were going shorter. I thought Amity Road stretching out. I didn't love him. The rider Chainer has lousy numbers stretching out in general. 3 for 21, 70-cent ROI. I guess the 2's not totally impossible, but I thought the 4 would probably be tough to beat. I'm not running to take a short price, but I thought was much the worst to beat.
Even money. Pando, Paco Lopez, Lindsey Schultz. A pretty dominant win at Oaklawn. That was at 1 mile and a 16th. 3 starts ago.
Yeah, it just seems like this horse, and maybe it's the appeal of a horse coming in from out of town. These people sort of like the new face, and I find myself sometimes drawn to those as well. It's just sort of something new. And Lindsey Schultz, if he brings that form, and he's been fairly consistent, but he is only 2 for 13. I'm not trying to beat him, but others might.
So even money favorite, about to step in with Paco Lopez. 3-1 on the rail with Jersey Perfection. Took this horse 13 starts to break the maiden. Did against very soft company at Tampa. And then stretched out and ran just light years better. We'll see if that form can hold for him. That win was at Monmouth. Matt Dinnerman the call.
Road to take his spot. 2 back, the 2 gray horses. DePoli, the first one to step in out of that pair. And then right in on the ice to the outside. Right in on the ice to round out the group. We're ready to go. And they're off. Amity Road off slowly. Jersey Perfection from the inside going towards the lead. DePoli takes second. Pando in a good stalking position third. Amity Road, after the bad break, is rushed up. Claims a joint third around the turn. Right it on the ice, parked deep around that turn. Is running 3 lengths off the pace. Now a clear 5th around the turn. And a big gap of 7 or 8 to Agara Misi Puedes, who has been outrun early as they approach the backstretch run. The other 5 pretty tightly clumped up here. DePoli comes out of the pack to take a short lead. Jersey Perfection now a half length back. In the 3rd spot, right in on the ice. Amity Road inside of him. Pando shuffled back to 5th. He's only 2.5 lengths off the lead, though, and a big gap back to Agara Misi Puedes. Still well out of it as they head down the backstretch. DePoli now challenged by Jersey Perfection, just a neck off. These 2 open up to on Amity Road in the 3rd position. Pando getting closer down at the rail. Right in on the ice has retreated to 5th, losing contact, and Agara Misi Puedes still far out of it as they round the far turn. DePoli, Jersey Perfection on the inside, a neck back. DePoli keeps going. Jersey Perfection attempts to stick with him. A gap of 2 to Amity Road and Pando, who's going to go wide for the stretch drive. Jersey Perfection up to challenge DePoli. He hugs the rail, and Jersey Perfection, there was a giant roar from the crowd as the grandstand favorite for his name, Jersey Perfection, has the lead. Here comes on the outside Amity Road at a price. Amity Road collaring Jersey Perfection back in 2nd. Pando 3rd. Amity Road inching away. Amity Road to win it. Jersey Perfection with a good effort 2nd. Pando 3rd. Agara Misi Puedes from a mile behind completed the superfecta spot.
Amity Road stretching back out 2nd off a short layoff with the victory.
What more could you need? Paul didn't like him. I didn't like him. He jogged. Favorite, a non-threatening 3rd.
Yeah. Get you those prices coming up. Back to Belmont. And St. Benedict's prepped 7-5. Looking to make it 3 in a row, the last time he's been able to cross the wire with a jockey. Here's Nikitas. turf back to dirt for Chad Brown.
Yeah, back to the right distance, back to the right surface. And a horse that ran well enough earlier in his career that she deserves a chance to improve on her figures, and a rare, decent price on a Chad Brown runner.
Favorite? Yeah, she stumbled, lost her rider 2 back. Outside of that, 2 wins in a row.
Yeah, she was very good against Lesser last time.
Risk-free 10-1.
She's a cool horse with 17 seconds and thirds and 27 career starts. Probably not good enough here.
Bell of the ball. She won at 7 furlongs last time on dirt.
Man, she's going to have to get a little better even for Linda Rice.
My girl, Jowl, huge price.
She would need a huge pace collapse and a couple others to not show up.
Pitch clock. Interesting runner for Chad Brown.
Her good race makes her a major player here. Can we see it?
Dylan Davis on board at 6-1. And then Cupid's Heart off since October of last year for Bruce Levine.
On her good race, she's the best horse in here. But a lot of stops and starts and layoffs with her. If she can break cleanly, which maybe she can from the outside, she is going to be formidable.
Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, guys, it's a real nice group here, and we'll start with the 2, your 7-5 favorites, St. Benedict's Prep. Yeah, making a really nice impression. Sometimes I'm looking at favorites. I'm looking at something that would turn me off to them. I'm not seeing anything that I would say this filly shouldn't run well. She got that great Claiborne Farm pedigree out of a Warfront mare. I love those pedigrees that run deep like that. And she's going to be tough to beat. There's no doubt. The 6 pitch clock could not make a better physical impression. You expect nothing less of a Chad Brown runner. Really like what I'm seeing from her. And then the 7, Cupid's Heart. She'll be my top selection. I think she looks good. She run races certainly good enough to win here. And she's a filly whose first step out of the gate is never her best step. The outside post aids her a great deal because she would have a tendency to get bumped by horses or maybe buffeted about in between. Being outside, she doesn't run that risk, and she has an opportunity to settle into her stride the right way. Cupid's Heart with that outside post looks good to me.
All right, Mig, thank you. 5-2 on Cupid's Heart. 5-year-old debut coming up. The question off the bench to be able to tackle someone who's in really sharp form right now in St. Benedict's Prep.
Right. On the other hand, St. Benedict's Prep has the one big figure, albeit the one time she kept her rider for Linda Rice. But it's still the one big figure, right? So whereas Cupid's Heart has multiple races. Her last race, she was 4 or 5 wide the whole way around the track on a day you wanted to save ground. Now, Portage, who won the race, ran extremely well, involved in a quick pace. But nonetheless, that was a very good effort by her. She broke her step slow, as she usually does, not that badly. She's got a second undervalued asset, beaten 2 3/4 of a length, 3 back. She completely blew the break that day and was an hour the best. Unbridled Asset, in her prior start, she lost a photo to a horse named Vava, who is currently the best older filly and mare sprinting in the country on the dirt. Now, Unbridled Asset has not gone on with it, but nonetheless, she was in pretty good form coming in that race. She has piled up the excuses, and they're usually her own doing. This is a horse who blew the break badly in her debut as a 2-year-old. She's only run 9 times, and she's a 5-year-old, so she spent way more time, unfortunately, on the shelf than on the racetrack. But she's got a ton of talent. And with that outside post, Richie talked about it, I talked about it earlier, she's not encumbered. A lot of horses with gait issues are much, much more comfortable when they're breaking on the far outside with nobody outside of them. And if she breaks cleanly and runs her race, she is very, very dangerous. But I understand why people have concerns about her.
Meanwhile, Nikitas, one of the 2 for Chad Brown, she broke her maiden at this 7/8 distance at Aqueduct, December of last year. And then he, off a short layup, put her into the grade 3 forward gal. She's not been on the dirt since.
Yeah, I've seen enough Chad Brown horses that were good enough to win races, not show up in dirt races at Gulfstream. So I'm not going to make too much of that race. And she was running figures last year, 6-9 months ago, that she can build on. If she builds on them, she can be competitive here. But today is the day she needs to put up or shut up and run at least a competitive race. Is she supposed to be the much shorter price of the 2 Chad Brown runners? I think you feel that's a little dubious.
I think Pitch Clock's a little more interesting and apparently working very strong as well, as we see the 1 waiting to step in.
Her last race, Pitch Clock, is the kind of race you see from a Chad Brown horse and you say, well, I'll see that horse again in 9 months or 6 months. And the fact that she's coming back in 6 weeks suggests that something went wrong that day. What are we doing here?
Everyone's circling. So the 2 loaded by herself and has been in that gate since. And the starting gate crew assembled around St. Benedict's Prep. And I'm not sure exactly what is happening and what they're trying to sort out there. But everyone else and not even making an attempt to load yet.
That's not the 2. That's What? No, the 2 is walking. There's the. Look at the top TV.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't. No, it's not you. It
So
looks like the
Pink
2, but it's somebody behind the gate.
Risk free.
It's the
3.
3 risk free.
In the wrong stall.
No, she's not in the gate.
No, she's not. She's behind it.
She's behind
the
the
gate. So they're
gate.
just correcting something potentially with the front gate?
No, she is in the gate. What are they doing here? Somebody needs to tell the gate crew that she's in the wrong stall.
I think they have that.
Maybe they may be trying to fix something. I shouldn't say that. I think they know she's in the wrong stall. I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to pick on you.
We'll see if Mig can find out exactly what's going on.
This is a little strange.
Yeah, no one else being.
There are some
even
ominous clouds
initiated
around.
trying to move in.
I saw that Citi Field is in a rain delay, but so far we have gotten nothing, and it can be very centralized.
So holding pattern for everyone else as you look at your favorite there with Jose Lezcano for Linda Rice.
I need to know what's going on.
We're not quite sure what's happening with Risk Free. Entire starting gate crew surrounded around her, and she's in the post of the one this one's supposed to be in.
Trying to find out if somebody knows what's going on, can text me and let me know, because I'm guessing they put the horse in the stall to try to fix something, but I don't know.
And you see, one of the starting gate crew members there making sure she sticks in there and nothing happens. So maybe, I don't know if they're.
I have no idea.
Yeah, tough to tell, but
know any
something has their attention with this 3-horse. Yeah, we'll wait and see. Hopefully we can get to Mig.
Can anybody contact anyone to try to find out what exactly is going on? She's in the wrong stall, and I don't even know what they're doing.
And no attempt to get her
They're
out.
open. No, I think they just opened the back of the stall, so they're taking her out. And
There
there's
we
Hector,
go.
our starter.
Hector Soler in a white shirt. Finally some movement there. And they will put her in
Could
next
remain
door.
a mystery forever, Greg. One of the many mysteries of life. That's when you break into, is it from Young Frankenstein? Oh, Sweet Mystery of Life? That was your cue, Greg, for you to have your singing debut on American Day for
I have
Races.
no lines
if
from that
ever there
movie.
was a
I
time that we
apologize.
could use a little song, I think it's now. I think they're loading.
That, initially, she has a huge bullet, too. Quickest of 127 in the morning on June 22nd, risk-free, the 3-horse.
Okay, we've seen who she is, and she's good enough to get a piece here. She often does. It's a very cool
I have no
horse.
idea how she did it. It doesn't mean it's a good work by any stretch, but it was a fast work.
Times don't mean anything.
So now we're back into a loading pattern, finally. They've got risk-free in the correct gate. We're ready to roll. St. Benedict's Prep, the 2, the 6-5 favorite. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
To the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed towards the outside from Pitch Clock is up there with the early fray, and Pitch Clock is quickest, but now here's St. Benedict's Prep, and Jose Lezcano intent to get to the front and does. St. Benedict's Prep is now up by a half length. There's Pitch Clock ranging up on the outside, and 3 wide is going to be Cupid's Heart, settling just off of them. Nikitas is in the 4th position, 4.5 lengths clear from Belle of the Ball, who's back there with the trailers My Girl Jow, and risk-free, 22.56 for the opening quarter mile. St. Benedict's Prep has got the front end, is still up by about 3/4 of a length. Right there from second is Pitch Clock, just stalking the pace setter with less than 4 furlongs to go. 3 wide still is going to be Cupid's Heart. In behind this leading trio, that's Nikitas. Nikitas just waiting for some room there for Manny Franco, is now encouraged to move forward from that 4th position. Still 5 in front, Belle of the Ball, who's trying to rally there with risk-free. The trailer, My Girl Jow. 3 across the racetrack, and moving to the outside is going to be Nikitas. It's going to be 4 as they approach the quarter mile left to go. St. Benedict's Prep is still there, hugs the rail, and saves the ground ground, and St. Benedict's Prep is now kicking away. Cupid's Heart is in full pursuit of the gray in the center of the racetrack and is starting to cut in the margin now. And here comes the run from Cupid's Heart. Cupid's Heart to the outside of St. Benedict's Prep. It's Cupid's Heart who's taking the lead. St. Benedict's Prep tries to come right back to the inside and does. Cupid's Heart, St. Benedict's Prep, Cupid's Heart is your winner. St. Benedict's Prep, then came Nikitas, then a tight photo of the ball and risk-free in 1 minute 22.43 seconds.
Cupid's Heart off the bench. An impressive performance here to get by the favorite St. Benedict's Prep. Javier Castellano for Bruce Levine.
You know what? She broke well today. And that was a key for her, the fact that she was able to put herself in the race. And while the two St. Benedict's Prep ran well in here to be narrowly beaten, she had no excuse not to get it done. The horse that beat her dogged her the whole way. It was a fast race, and she simply ran her down. And happy for the connections, because she's a very talented horse who has to be incredibly frustrating for them, keeping her going all the time. She's run winning races where her trips and her own antics have cost her the win. But today she kept persevering, and St. Benedict's Prep, she ran her race. She just was second best to a horse that ran a little bit better than she did. I think Nikitas ran fairly well. She's just nowhere near as good as these fillies to get it done, or filly and mare, I should say. Nobody else was even close.
Cupid's Heart, Javier Castellano off the left, hadn't raced since October. It's a big performance.
And I believe that the number 3, risk-free, had broken her bridle, and that's why they were taking the delay. Doesn't do you much good now, but obviously that was the issue.
So 2-1 on Cupid's Heart. St. Benedict's Prep second. Nikitas winds up third. Prices will set up the nightcap when we return. Stay with us. Sunday action. America's Day at the Races continues right after a break.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire, a multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Win Early Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site? Lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage, America's Day of the Races here on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. Good to have you with us here. Cupid's Heart had not raced since October of last year, and she runs down a filly had been in pretty sharp form.
Yeah, no, this was a very good race between the two of them, and really both of them ran extremely well. Nothing wrong with that losing performance, by St. Benedict's Prep. She just ran to a horse that's better than she is, a little bit better. And getting her and win off the layoff has to be very satisfying for Bruce Levine, because she's such a talented mare now. But, man, issues have clearly kept her off the racetrack more often than not.
Cupid's Heart Flying Peace Stable. 5-year-old mare for Bruce Levine. And again, Castellano aboard for that ride. $6.50 for the 4th victory in 10 career starts. St. Benedict's Prep has to settle for 2nd as we move on to the finale. Mile and a 16th on the lawn. $75,000 maiden claiming race and quite a few class droppers in here.
Yeah, I'm interested in the 9 Ask Isaac, whose lone turf race came as a 2-year-old and wasn't that bad. I do think they're giving up a little bit on a $400,000 yearling purchase for $75,000 off the layoff, but I prefer them in here, though I'll need a little more than 7-2.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. More coming up. Chad Brown's going to send out 4 top in this finale, and he's gearing up, obviously, for potentially another title at Saratoga. More coverage on our America's Day of the Races right after this.
It's Rock Your World in command. Medina Spirit making no progress. And it's going to be Rock Your World to take them all the way in the Santa Anita Derby. He's undefeated and wins by 4.
Back on America's Day of the Races, some pretty good ones who've competed at Monmouth Park. Skip Away wore emblem, had a Triple Crown on the line, stumbled out of the gate, and that was it. Big Brown had a Triple Crown on the line.
Skip Away is one of the best horses I've ever seen. He was an amazing, amazing horse. So was she.
She beat the boys there in the Haskell.
Drilled them.
And the Great American Pharaoh. Somehow, well, we know why. He lost at Saratoga in the Travers.
Idiot here victim for the first time.
This is 9th at Monmouth. 6 furlongs, allowance optional claiming field. Let's go to Paul.
Yeah, a little group of 7 now has gotten scratched down to 7. And the 10 in here, Atomic Tone, is going to probably get bet down here closer to even money or so when it comes to the fixed odds. And listen, his last race would dominate this field. He's in really good form. His last race was tremendous. And like I said, Dan Ward has kind of hit the reset button with this horse. And And, you know, you're getting 2-1 right now, but you're not going to get that at post time. Now, the one horse in here, in the two horses in here, I actually think the Rudy Rodriguez horse is getting overbet. I think the 8's a better proposition, and I also think the 1. But the 2, Charlie 5-0, you know, that was an okay race last time out. Nothing really stuck out. 2 for 20 the last couple of years to be the favorite in here. And I don't know. I just think that the 10 horse is more on an upswing. John Jay could show some speed in here along with the 8. I think the 8's the other dangerous horse in here, and that would be the Robbie Falcone runner, Chuck Willis, who is very fast. And, you know, he takes this horse off Wayne Potts, has a win today, but hasn't had the greatest of meets. So when I keep looking at this race, Greg, I just keep on going to Atomic Tone. And I got to give a shout out. Listen, we always say hi, Mom, and this and that. Let's give a shout out to Mr. Nick from the ladies. Mr. Nick Ripa, happy birthday, my friend.
Yeah, happy birthday indeed. Enjoying the action out there at the Jersey Shore. As we're a minute to post here in this 9th coming up. 2-1 favorite. That was just an otherworldly performance from this horse last start. 20th career start. Horse, by the way, is 9 for 20 lifetime, likes to win. He'd never won like that before.
It's kind of one of those races you and I talk about one-fig horses. Now, he does have some back races at Thistledown that were pretty good, but can he run back to it? If he does, he's probably going to win. Looking at the fixed odds right now have him just under 4-5. So predict for him to come down. Now, Paulie mentioned he doesn't like Charlie 5-0, which is fine, and he lost to a horse, Proprietary Trade, who's not a very good runner for Clarvett Stables last time out, and he's projected to be about 5-6 to 1, burning the fixed odds. They don't always go there, but I try to use those as a guide, and you are seeing the number 10 dipping down. What do you think?
Yeah, can he? I mean, it was a first try at Monmouth, and he ran that big number. Can he do it again? It was May 19th. He's had time to get over it. Let's go to the 2. Here's Charlie 5-0. So here's the Rudy Rodriguez Paco Lopez runner. Missed by a neck against, as you mentioned, Proprietary Trade last time out. John Jay, who's the 1 today, was just a nose behind him in 3rd.
I thought his race 2 back was the better effort than last time, where he suddenly turned to a different horse. He rated after always being forward, and maybe rating has really helped him. On the other hand, he probably is supposed to beat a horse like Proprietary Trade. Having said that, if Atomic Tone doesn't run back to the last number, this horse is every bit as good as Atomic Tone. So you have to ask yourself, do you think Atomic Tone's going to run back to that fig? If he does, he'll probably win. But if he doesn't, he's just another member of the field and a horse that's going to be a pretty short price, though it's as of now is much better than that 4-5 being offered on the fixed odds. Very odd, right? These 4-5 at fixed odds. Though we'll do see them late swings in the late betting here.
Did he career start number 20 as a 5-year-old at 10? Just become a different horse? Seems a little strange. Maybe just has become a different horse at Monmouth as well.
Listen, he is 9 for 20 lifetime, so it's not like he doesn't have a good record with 5 seconds and thirds. But that figure is so much higher than the races we've seen him run in the past, right?
Really is. And again, if you take that one away, he's not running the fastest figures in the race.
Yeah, I mean, he's a contender, but he's no more than a contender if you take that number away. And I think you and I, and we talk about this quite often, we're both a little reticent to take short prices on horses off of one big race, last race or not. Doesn't end up being always right, but I think in the long run, you're better off trying to beat those horses.
Atomic Tone, the 10. Isaac Castillo will ride for Dan Ward. Can he reproduce that brilliant performance from back on May 19th when he got that 91 buyer speed figure? Matt Dinnerman in the call.
Awesome City go again. Two back, Chuck Willis. And to the outside, Atomic Tone. Here's Atomic Tone and Isaac Castillo to the outside post. Atomic Tone goes in. We're ready to go. And Lyra, good beginning. Chuck Willis up on the lead, strides in front early. Charlie 5-0 alongside of him. And these two are head and head down the backstretch. They lead by 2 from a line of runners. John Jay is there with Atomic Tone, Alpine Thunder, and Classic Joke. Awesome City drops out to be a clear last. He's 7 lengths off dueling leaders down the backstretch. Chuck Willis, Charlie 5-0, side by side approaching the forward turn run. Classic Joke comes out of a quartet to claim the 3rd position going into the forward turn. Atomic Tone 4 deep following that rival. John Jay stays on the inside. He's 2 lengths off the lead in 5th now. Alpine Thunder absolutely needs to turn it around. He's under a hard drive now, joined by Awesome City from the back as they come to the top of the lane. Chuck Willis, Charlie 5-0. Here's Atomic Tone ready to pounce. Atomic Tone, the gray, comes looking for the lead. Snatches lit. Outside Alpine Thunder finding his best stride. And here he comes. It took him a little while to get going, but Alpine Thunder is roaring home down the outside. Alpine Thunder, Atomic Tone trying to fight back. It's Alpine Thunder with the head lead close to home. Atomic Tone right there. Alpine Thunder outfinished Atomic Tone in a driving finish. Good effort from both runners, but it went to Alpine Thunder in the end.
Alpine Thunder a little bit like Atomic Tone, except his otherworldly race came 2 starts ago. He didn't back it up last time out.
At 5.5 furlongs at Lone Star for Robertino Diodoro, who's currently suspended in most jurisdictions. But he gets it done today for his relatively new connections, who I'm not familiar with, but have a pretty good record. And Abner Adorno, I believe, riding. No excuse for Atomic Tone. Was he a little close? I don't know. He had the good outside stalking spot. He simply got run down.
Alpine Thunder. With a huge performance here. His 2nd win, his last 4 starts. That prior win came at Oaklawn back in March as the rain starts to come down here in New York.
Yeah, there's supposed to be a little showers. It always looks worse on the television than it is, some showers. And I think they're supposed to abate in about 10 minutes and then supposed to rain a little bit later. Did you bring your umbrella to get to the train station?
I did.
Right? Good, so did I.
Well prepared.
I am. Otherwise, I'd have to walk slowly with you, arm in arm, with the umbrella up for the both of us.
I would share. This is a great betting race to close it out. 7-2 is your favorite.
Best
4
race
top.
of the day.
Chad Brown, Javier Castellano right now is the one to beat on the board. One of several dropping a class. We start though with the 2 Pujol.
This horse would have to improve off of his turf efforts.
Poker Joker next door, another class dropper for Clement.
I thought this horse had a pretty good trip last time, and both he and the Chad Brown runner side of him just didn't do much running.
Modest favorite here, 4 top.
Betting too much because of connections.
Badge of War, he had an okay effort at Horseshoe Indy on the grass.
That's a very big pedigree, not my favorite. Probably better dirt.
The Parkway was interesting.
He's had some crazy trips. We'll see if Lane Luzzy can get him a good one here.
Riding for Belmont. Sanborn, a first-time starter for Cherie DeVoe.
Yeah, who has 1 win with a maiden claimer in his first start, and that was, I think, Cherie's first win in New York, and it beat Greg out of a big pick 5 in the last race at Saratoga. 5.5 furlongs. You remember it now, don't you, buddy?
I do. Thanks for bringing it up. Cobblestone Bridge, 10-1.
I think this is an interesting player in here, a horse who was shuffled back behind horses and maybe not doing any running inside.
I'm with you. This horse is very interesting. Ask Isaac.
I like his chances. Ran against Goodhurst first time. I don't love the drop down, though.
Former Chad Brown runner, John the Baptist.
Yeah, his first race was okay, but probably a bit of an outlier.
We skip him. We go to the 11, McCullough.
Yeah, I'm going to say more on this horse after the post parade. Named for Paul McCullough, who used to own and run 15 Church, a popular restaurant in Saratoga, and a terrific man, a friend of many who passed away too soon.
25-1, Katie Davis on Paxational.
A horse who stretches out, ran a good enough figure against a much better field. First time than a maiden claimer on the turf.
Off since July at Saratoga last summer. Riverwalk player at 8-1.
Yeah, has credentials in here. Not a great post, but if you can work out a trip, not impossible.
We got Mig back. Let's head downstairs.
Yeah, guys, I'm sorry about that. Had a little technical problem down here, but we'll start with the 3, Poker Joker. 1 of 3 that I'm going to talk about that are all dropping from those maiden allowance races, maiden special. Just made a really great appearance, and I think he's an appropriate spot for 75, and you get Romero Mirage, who's been riding great. The 6, Parkway, will be my top selection, making that drop in class. Again, that good, deep Claiborne Farm pedigree, and I just think a horse that makes a lot of sense here. And the other Belmont runner as well, the 9, Ask Isaac. Boy, this horse, to me, he had 1 start on the turf with no pace on whatsoever. He got a little bit rank. I think today maybe works out a little better trip, and that was 2-year-old form. There should be natural improvement, and he looks really fit coming off the bench.
All right, Mig, thanks, Gab. Got that hit in. Braving the elements.
There's a bad favorite here in the 4-horse. I don't know how that horse is 5. It's such a Chad
5 to, I mean, I can understand if you want to make a favorite. 5-2, though?
He's okay, I guess. I don't know. As they're heading the gate as quickly as possible, a little rain coming down, protect these courses. We have not had much rain, though, so I don't think they'll have a great deal of effect, but you kind of want to get the race in before the rain keeps coming down. Though, frankly, Greg, and I think you'll agree, we could use a little rain around here, and it's been like a steam bath outside today.
It was incredibly steamy today.
It wasn't super hot as much as it was just
steamy,
like humid, right? I mean, I went outside. It wasn't like it was last week, but it just was really thick. What?
And not sure what's happening.
I don't know.
Yet.
They've been at the gate
They're
for
not
2 minutes here and standing behind
the
us.
2's about to load.
Been about to
everyone
load
else
for a minute and a half.
In a holding pattern.
There we go. We were rushing them a little bit, so.
All right, so they're going to get them all in here. 5-2 on the 4. 4 top. Look, it's the Chad Brown barn. And in a race where it's difficult to decipher who's going to be the favorite, they've made that one the favorite. There he is.
I bet the 9. I boxed 6, 8, 9. All decent prices. I mean, the 4's okay, but he's not a 4 to 5-2 shot for me. Sentimental choice here for McCullough, for Paul. Friend to many.
Missed those Ipswich
Yeah,
Oysters,
yes,
one of the great
Ipswich
patios
clams.
in Saratoga to eat
Paul,
at.
Paul originally opened 15 Church, and he's just his ability to understand his customers and know what they wanted, and also more importantly, what they didn't want was uncanny. And a lot of nice things written about Paul after he passed away way too soon a couple of years ago. Probably find them on Google if you're interested. And if you went to 15 Church and got a chance to know Paul at all, you know exactly what I'm talking about. He was a terrific, terrific guy.
Chris Griffin, the nightcap from Belmont at the Big A.
And they're off. Good break there from John the Baptist has got early speed. There's John the Baptist, and from the outside, Paxational is going to join the early mix, and now Paxational is going to press on. Also right there comes McCullough, who's ready to challenge to the outside here of Badge of War, who's going to be towards the inside, and that's the top trio as they get set to work towards that first turn. 4 top is in there with John the Baptist, who broke with the leaders, but now is a shared 4th. It's back to the 5th position. Out wider is going to be Riverwalk in 6th. Speed into that turn together. Towards the back end of the field comes Cobblestone Bridge, is in between horses, moving forward. Some momentum for Ask Isaac, is ready to move up, is going to be mid-pack. Then comes the Claiborne Silks of Parkway, is out in the center of the course, losing some ground with Sanborn. Second to last will be Poker Joker and the trailer, Pujol. They work up the backstretch here, and on the front end, Paxational's got the lead. Paxational is in front, is up by a clear length, 48 seconds flat, that posted half-mile time. Badge of War is stalking this pace setter from second. McCullough moves up closer from third. 4 top is in there in the 4th position. In between horses, there comes a Riverwalk, is under a patient hold. As here continues that rally as Ask Isaac is circling the field. Following them is Parkway. The rest with some running to do as Paxational is trying to take them all the way. 1 minute 12.49, and Paxational has not come back to the field yet. Reaches the top of the lane. They're fully extended in behind. Can Paxational get it done? Paxational is up by 2. 3 lengths now. Continue to chase his Badge of War, is trying to chase this leader down, who now starts to tire McCullough. McCullough is now unleashed on the grandstand side. Here comes McCullough to the outside of Badge of War, down to these 2. McCullough with all the momentum. McCullough with the nose in front. McCullough will win the finale. It's McCullough who wins it over Badge of War. A late run there for top, a photo for 4th. Final running time, 1 minute 42.70. McCullough and Dylan Davis with another victory on the afternoon.
Feel-good story comes through here in the nightcap with McCullough for Chad Brown.
And this horse, when they originally got him, you don't name a horse, and Bill Lawrence, who's the part owner, was very good friends with Paul and he 15 Church quite a bit. And you don't name a horse for somebody you care about like that, especially a situation like that, unless you think the horse was good. And they did think this horse was good before he ever ran. Well, it didn't pan out, but it took them a long time to get him back to the races. They put him on the turf, and sure enough, he got it done with Dylan Davis. So a nice tribute to a very, very nice man to close out our racing this week. And I got to tell you, I didn't bet him. I wasn't close, but I couldn't be happier to see him win. And it's nice for Bill, who named him after somebody who was close to as well. So a nice story all around to end the week.
Yeah, and how about Badge of War, too? The good turf form, decent turf form anyway to Horseshoe Indy, but seemingly needed to get a lot better. Winds up second in here.
Big turf weekend for Rick Dutrow if you're not paying attention. Horses really ran on the grass this weekend.
11-1 on McCullough to close it out. Chad Brown, Dylan Davis, 11, 5, 4, 10. In the finale, well, the prices for you when we come back on our America's Day at the Races Fox Sports 2 coverage.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
$140, 140,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
The nation's #1 Horses of Racing Age sale. Over the last decade, this sale has produced earners of more than $88 million. Top grads include recent graded stakes winners Newgrange and Fort Washington. Grade 1 winners Atone and Stiletto Boy, and Breeders' Cup champion Wavell Avenue. Fasig-Tipton July selected Horses of Racing Age, July 8th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Back on our Sunday coverage, America's Day at the Races and the Belmont at the Big 8 Sunday card in the books. McCullough with the victory at 11-1 to close things out. Our winner circle lead-in brought to you by Fasig-Tipton's July sales. Don't miss the July selected Horses of Racing Age sale July 8th and the July selected yearling sale on July 9th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be? Feel-good story here.
Absolutely. And I know it seems like I'm a little over the top, but I think anybody watching that knew Paul knows why, because he really was that kind of guy. And it's just also, for Bill to name this horse for him and get the horse to win, also frustrating, right? Because a horse that they paid a lot of money for, they thought was going to be a good horse, didn't really pan out, and now they bring him back after a long layoff. They try him on the turf, and he's okay. And he got a terrific ride by Dylan Davis, who had a very good day as well. A couple of wins for Chad Brown's barn as well, and able to get the job done, and just a nice way to close out the week.
$25.20 for the win. 13-1 shot underneath, $150 exacta. We had some really healthy exacta. We had a $400 plus exacta earlier today.
Yeah.
Pick
opportunities
4,
today.
Over 1,800. Show me that pick 5, please.
I know a guy who could have been alive in the pick 5 but didn't use this horse. He's very happy that it would have been a very frustrating win. Somebody at the pick 6 too. Congratulations. That one not easy.
Pick 5, 7,623. Yeah, pick 6, 37,900. If you had that, well done.
Yeah.
Makes going home awfully fun after a day like that.
Absolutely.
We're going to take a timeout. We're going to preview some of the big races coming up next week, July 4th weekend to close out the meet. And Helena's Fort for Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing. Coming off a big win at Churchill Downs. Going to try the Grade 3 victory ride on the 4th of July.
Treasure
Back with you on our Sunday coverage, America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Card in the books here in New York. We've got 1 week of action left. Hard to believe before we head upstate to Saratoga. We got some really good races to close out this final week of action.
I agree. Some fun races indeed. And the Victory Ride, which is a natural prep for the Test Stakes, comes up on Friday's card. And there's some fast fillies in there. And the 3-year-old filly sprinters, they're a good bunch.
Well, we talked about Helena's Fort going to break, who was coming off a big performance for Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing, who really shook things up at Saratoga a few summers ago. 82 buyer and a win last time out, sprinting 6 furlongs at Churchill Downs.
And we saw her win our Ruthless earlier in the year at Aqueduct, and we'll go back because we always love a little snowy scene at the Big A to see how far we've come. And just say to you before we came on the air, Greg, we'll be leaving here in a week, and we've been here except for Saratoga weekend, for 9.5 straight months, and been some fun days in there. And hers was a real bright spot. They tried to stretch her out, it didn't work. The 8 Bell sloppy track, tough field, but she got her form back last time. It's not an easy field with Emery to her inside and the Miss Preakness winner. Mystic Lake on the rail looks like the speed, but I like the fact they're keeping her sprinting, and I don't think we'll see her stretch out after this. Or beyond 7 furlongs, that is.
Meanwhile, Emery, you mentioned next door for Brad Cox. Back-to-back victories, including a stakes win at 7/8 at Churchill Downs last start.
And she's been favored every time she's run. Now, her debut, she may not have been the one they were necessarily betting in the entry, but she was favored in the Frizette in her second start against Just FYI. That's the only blemish on her record, and she's run some good figures for Brad's Cock, winning the Leslie's Lady. Of course, Leslie's Lady, the dam of Into Mischief. That's what the race is named for, her, and she's been very, very good. And she's probably going to be the favorite in here, and she might be the one to beat. But I'm worried about the speed on the inside of Mystic Lake. This looks like a good one.
If you watch our coverage yesterday, too, she dominated that Miss Preakness. You almost had me ran a second. You almost had me ran a very good race in defeat with a bad break yesterday for Brad Cox in that Merrifield.
Yeah. No, it's a good field. And there's some other horses waiting in the wings, of course. The very fast horse for Brad Cox who won the 8 Bells. I can actually look her name up. No, actually didn't win it. I'm sorry, different race. I apologize. But also Ways and Means, who got the 104 buyer winning at Saratoga. She's waiting the wings in the test, too. That test, as it often is, could be one of the best races of the meet.
Every summer, it is one of the absolute best that we all look forward to, and it looks like it's going to be that way again. Some big ones over the weekend as well. Of course, the Church Triple Series coming up, the Belmont Derby, facing Tipton Belmont Oaks. Get set to kick off on Saturday, July 6th coverage. We got the John Nehrude and, of course, the Grade 3 Dwyer on that card as well. And then we'll sign off with the Hudson Valley and Port Washington on our Sunday show. Andy will not be with us.
I will not be here Saturday and Sunday. Going up to Saratoga.
Early start. You got to get moved in. You got a lot of clothes you got to bring.
Yeah, I got to get up there. I got to get up there, see my mom a little bit, chill for a couple of days. You guys will have things taken care of. You don't need me.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll try and hold down the fort.
Thank you.
Or the forte, is it? Inside joke. Stay with us. Monmouth going to close things out with their 10th. When we come back, 4 minutes to post. In the finale, there's Mosifus. Back-to-back runner-up finishes, but speed inside.
These New York-bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at Naira Tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why Naira is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The Naira Foundation, supporting our community.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a revolutionary state-of-the-art equine therapy and rehabilitation facility offering the most advanced equipment and knowledgeable staff to care for your equine athlete. From oxygen therapy and laser treatments to thermal imaging, dry soil room, and cryotherapy treatment, all alongside a 7/8 mile Tapeta training track. GMP Farm is revolutionizing equine care. To see a full list of services and book your horse's rejuvenation session, visit gmpfarm.net today.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Thanks for watching with us on this Sunday afternoon. Here on America's Day of the Races on Fox Sports 2. We still got the finale coming up at Monmouth to close out our coverage. 5.5 furlong sprint on the main track. 3-year-olds and up who've not won 2 since December 30th or who have never won 4 races. The condition here. The 8-5 favorite has won 4 races. That's Mo Cephas, who we showed you going to break. And just get more from Paul LaDuca.
Yeah, and listen, the one Mo Cephas is the one to beat here in the finale here. And don't forget, next weekend we start with racing on Thursday as well. And the storms are starting to come here as well. So the horses are getting towards the gate. And so we have a 4-day weekend next weekend, giant weekend. And then I'll be heading up there with you guys to Saratoga. You know, Mo Cephas in this race is the horse to beat and the horse to catch. The worry is that he's kind of been run down in his last 2 times, but he kind of towers over this group. Now, he goes from a 10-pound apprentice in Carlos Gonzalez to a 5-pound apprentice in Melissa Iorio. But Melissa's very good on the front end. And, you know, he's kind of a horse that will be on the send. You know, the 6th horse in here, he is bona fide, is another horse that kind of the same path as Mo Cephas, came from Charlestown and had shown a little bit of speed going 4.5 furlongs, and you have to have a ton of speed. And this horse did last time out and sort of just bottomed out. And I'm wondering if the 6 can cause any problems with the 3-horse, with the 1 horse in here, or if anybody can challenge the 1. You know, the 5.5 furlongs could be key for Mo Cephas in here instead of the 6. You know, the 5 High Tone, good form, right? 1-2 back, and then last time out kind of ran around the racetrack, but did not break well. And that's been kind of his Achilles heel at age 7. He can't get out of the gate. And I'm wondering if that's going to be the problem. Is the 1 going to get away from the other favorite in here, the 5? So, you know, the 5 is a tough proposition unless you think there's going to be some kind of speed duel. You know what? There's one carryover in the pick 5, Greg. It's the 4, and I think Dr. Rags is actually a player in here. I think this horse can actually maybe sit right off of Mo Cephas or sit in a nice little trip. The trainers had a couple really nice winners last couple weekends. He even had Lloyd come back and run really well after a monster win. I think Dr. Rags at 9-1 is not a bad price, but again, I'm trying to beat the 1 here, who's probably going to click down to about 1-5 when it comes to the fixed odds, guys.
That's short.
This horse is like, the horse is 3-5 looking at the fixed odds, so this horse is going to be very short here. I mean, you got a horse running buyers the last 2 times of 73 and 76. I'm wondering who in this field you could think can sniff 60 besides him.
Massive
I guess
favorite
terms
in the
and
double.
Conditions. I mean, I guess the 3 is the 2nd likeliest winner for Robbie Falcone. A couple of sloppy track races the last 2 races against much better, dropping down to the bottom. I guess, but I don't know. I mean, the biggest problem with Mo Cephas is has lost 2 straight races at this level, but was not favored in either one of those races.
Clear leads, gave him up.
But was not favored.
Yeah.
You know, it was 8-1 and 7-2. I'm not playing, but I'm not playing agast. It's too
Does
big an
get
edge
in
for me.
a little light, too, is the 2nd lightest runner in the field, just carrying 116 pounds. 5-pound apprentice.
That's Thunder, by the way, in case you're interested.
Wow, that was the loudest lightning bolt.
I think Greg is starting to cry a little bit. I don't want to make a big deal about it.
Sounds like we're at Saratoga right now.
Tears over there.
Expect to hear that weather upstate. Even money on the 1, Mo Cephas. Mario Saray having a tremendous meet as well. Finale from Monmouth. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Mistaken for the gray horse Atomic Tone, who was in race 9. This is High Tone, another gray horse. Nonetheless, two back, he is bona fide. Notion to tap it to round out the field. Here's Notion to tap it and Jorge Hernandez. We're ready to go in the finale. And Laroff could be getting. He is bona fide, showing speed, 6 whips, hard sent for the lead. He's got the front end now, and 6 whip strides to a 2-length edge, now almost 2.5 lengths. Mosifus in the second spot with He is bona fide. Terms and Conditions being joined on the inside by Dr. Rags, who claims the 4th position. High Tone in the 5th spot as they're strung out, and the trailer is Notion to tap it as they go into the far turn on the lead. 6 whips. Going today, leads by 2.5. Mosifus in the second position. He's clearly into that spot as they round the far turn run and getting closer. Turns and Conditions underway, claims the 3rd position while splitting. Both He is bona fide, Who Has Weekend, Dr. Rags getting outside for the stretch drive, but has some work to do. They come off the turn. Mosifus has collared 6 whips. Outside, Turns and Conditions, and the White Blazes storming home down the center of the track. Turns and Conditions has a head lead on Mosifus, who's left behind in second. Turns and Conditions finishing the job. Turns and Conditions for the Robert Falcone Jr. barn scores. Mosifus second home. High Tone third. Notion to tap it fourth.
Well, we know Terms and Conditions well from racing here in New York. Rob Falcone barn. Matty Over, and an odds-on favorite who had proven the last couple of starts couldn't seal the deal, does not get the job done here.
No, I mean, had to rate. Sort of outrun by the 2 early, but got around that one and was easily beaten.
4th career win for Turns and Conditions. Matty Over again for Falcone. Beast Mode in America's Pastime. Your winning owners. And we got everything in. Our coverage just about done. You got how many days with us next week?
I'll be here Thursday and Friday.
Thursday, Friday. We're back, Thursday, 1 Eastern start time on our July 4th coverage. Going to be a fun final week of action. We have those Turf Triple Series to kick things off in that series for the boys and girls on Saturday. So that should be fun. Legend of Time back for Godolphin and Charlie Appleby.
In that Philly race, the Belmont Oaks looks to be wide open.
Victory Ride we just talked about with Helena's Fort lining up in that test prep. We're going to see Next trying to make it 5 in a row in the Brooklyn. Again, 6 for 7 for him since he's become a dirt marathoner.
Bad news for him. I'm picking him. I always keep trying to beat him. I've had enough. I feel like American Pharaoh.
That's what we have for you July 4th weekend. We will see you on Thursday, again, 1 Eastern start time. Thanks for spending part of your weekend with us. It was neat in the Manila. Rob Atras has a good one here on the grass. 5 for 7 record on the lawn for Neat as he holds off deterministic. Helena's Fort, again, we'll see in the Grade 3 Victory Ride. Hopefully onto the test for her this summer at Saratoga. And next, we'll try and go back-to-back in the Grade 2 Brooklyn. Coming up next weekend. We'll see you Thursday.